Thanks, everyone. We're into our administrative session 2. Bruce has an announcement or a couple things to say before we get rolling, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, one of the things I just wanted to do was draw your attention to Section 2 in your briefing book. It's a section that we sort of enhanced last year, and it has tables of catch for just about any kind of question you want to ask about sources of catch, where there is U32, O32, and so forth. So that's kind of a ready reference section for you that we expanded last year.
Thank you. And could you also explain for the few people that are here about the reception tonight?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've received a note from Peggy Parker at Hannah about the reception tonight. She said, although the address for the Arctic Club is in the Blue Book is correct, the front door is around the corner and uphill on Cherry Street. So if you're trying to go in off 3rd, you can't get in there, so you have to go around the corner and up on Cherry Street to get into it. So the Arctic Club is a 10 to 12 blocks from the Hyatt, so it's either a short cab ride or a longish walk, depending on your choice.
Thank you. Anything from Canada we need to say before we get started? If not, first up is the NIMF's Alaska Management Actions, and with the council, so we have Mr. Cosimo and Ms. Baker.
I'm Jane DeCosimo. I'm staff with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, and with me is Rachel Baker from the National Fishery Service Alaska Region Sustainable Fisheries Division in Juneau. And rather than go through sequentially each of our 2 letters, we thought we would co-present on some of the issues, and then I'll follow up with some new actions or pending actions with the council that we of interest to the commission. So I will, Rachel will take the lead in giving the summary of 2 of the major halibut actions that have been implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I'll refer you to 6.1 in your briefing book. That's the report I'll be reviewing briefly. And we'll start off with the charter fisheries in areas 2C and 3A. And as you heard about previously in your meeting, the National Marine Fisheries Service did publish a final rule to implement a catch sharing plan for areas 2C and 3A. And the primary effect of that catch sharing plan is to revise the process for allocating halibut between the commercial and charter fleets in those 2 areas. And the CSP will be effective for this upcoming fishing year, 2014. And just a couple of notes about that catch sharing plan. It will not change the management of the commercial fishery other than to authorize charter permit holders to lease IFQ from the commercial sector, similar to the experimental license program in British Columbia that you heard about yesterday. So the next thing I wanted to talk about, the catch sharing plan being implemented this year will impact your decisions later this week for recommending catch limits and regulations in Area 2C and 3A, but we'll be talking about that later, so I won't really go through that right now, other than to say there is a mistake at the bottom of page 1 on our report. My apologies for that. Under the section titled Management Measures for 2012 Charter Fisheries in 2C and 3A, that should be 2014. So moving on to page 2 of the report, we start a discussion of the commercial fisheries, and we'll start out with halibut bycatch in the commercial groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska. And I think in your observer program presentation yesterday, you heard a bit about management of the groundfish fisheries in terms of prohibited species catch limits, so I won't review that unless you have any specific questions. In this report, we essentially present information from the 2013 fishery for the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska in terms of halibut PSC. And the PSC limits are divided into trawl and non-trawl limits, and we presented those tables on page 2 in terms of the overall limit, the estimated catch toward those limits, and the remaining PSC limit for the trawl and non-trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and Gulf. And then moving on, we also present some historical information in terms of Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska prohibited species catch versus the limits, and that those data go back to 2003, so you can see that over time. And then moving on, we just wanted to highlight some management programs that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council has recommended and NMFS has implemented in order to provide incentives to reduce halibut bycatch, typically by implementing what we call catch share programs in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And so we first highlight the Amendment 80 catch share program in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and that actually involved what we call an off the top reduction in halibut PSC limits when it was implemented, and it also includes some components to provide incentives to the fleet to reduce bycatch throughout the year and also to use their PSC more efficiently. And the Gulf of Alaska rockfish program is set up similarly. There was an off-the-top reduction when the program was implemented of 27.4 metric tons of halibut PSC. And there's also a component built into that program to provide incentives for the fleet to use their PSC more efficiently. And you'll see at the bottom of page 4 that the rockfish fleet utilized 68% of their halibut PSC limit in 2013. Moving on to a new action for 2014 is Gulf of Alaska Amendment 95, and that is an action recommended by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council that NMFS plans to implement this upcoming year in 2014. And the purpose of that action is to reduce halibut PSC limits in the Gulf of Alaska for the trawl and hook and line sectors. And the council recommended this action to minimize halibut bycatch to the extent practicable in those Gulf of Alaska fisheries, consistent with National Standard 9 of our Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. And the details of that action are provided in the middle of page 5. The council recommended different PSC limit reductions for different operation types and gear types. The trawl PSC reduction will be 15% total reduction in PSC limits phased in over 3 years. And the details of the reductions are listed there. The hook and line catcher processor PSC limit will be reduced by 7%. The hook and line catcher vessel PSC limit will be reduced by 15%, again phased in over 3 years. And then there's also a reduction to the hook and line demersal shelf rockfish southeast outside fishery of 1 metric ton. And we've presented at the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6 the actual reductions and how they would be phased in over the next 3 years for those sectors in which there is a phased in PSC limit reduction. At the bottom of page 6, we just have note the, yep, sure.
The council letter follows the NMFS letter at 6.2.1, and we're trying to be efficient in our presentation, so we have a little bit of overlap between our 2 reports. So I won't repeat the information that is Ms. Baker just presented, but I did want to add additional information regarding additional changes to halibut bycatch management that the North Pacific Council is considering in the next couple of years. A trailing amendment is under development to rationalize the use of halibut bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska, and Mr. Merrill from NMFS, as part of the Observer Program, mentioned this initiative. We are considering a wide range of approaches. There's a discussion paper that is scheduled for council review at its April meeting, and additional development of specific alternatives may be decided at that meeting or a subsequent meeting as the council continues to scope this issue. It likely will be it is a comprehensive approach for management of not just halibut bycatch, but salmon bycatch as well. And so it will affect likely a majority, if not all, of the fleets in the Gulf of Alaska. to find mechanisms, potentially individual bycatch allocations, that would allow the fleet to maximize the use of that reduced bycatch limits that the Council has already approved and NIMS is implementing for this year. That likely will take, as Mr. Merrill said, a couple of years to get through the analytical stage, and then it always takes at least a year for something as complicated as likely what will come out of that process to be another year to be implemented. The Council also, when it started action on Gulf of Alaska halibut bycatch reduction considerations back in 2011, I believe, also initiated a process for examining the current bycatch rates of halibut in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands area. And at the same meeting, it took final action on the Gulf of Alaska. It also considered its first discussion paper for information collected for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. We're now coming back at the February meeting. In 3 weeks, we'll be back here in Seattle, and the Council will get a report from a contract report from the Council staff on basically a snapshot of current bycatch utilization of halibut in the groundfish fishery. And likely that will then trigger further scoping on that issue and the development of alternatives, likely for some reductions for the groundfish fleet in the BSAI, and either separately or comprehensively with that also to identify the tools to help the groundfish fleet stay within whatever new levels of bycatch limits might be set, while not foregoing too much of its groundfish catch as a result of those reduced limits. So I just wanted to kind of give you a sneak peek into the future of where we're going on halibut bycatch in the BSAI. And if I might, that report is coming out this week, and I'll make sure that I get a copy to Dr. Lehman, who can distribute it to the commission members.
Okay, and I'll just quickly wrap up the remainder of the report here. Since you heard a detailed presentation yesterday on the Restructured Observer Program, I will skip over that for now. And the last thing I just wanted to highlight very briefly, our regional office did make progress on 4 revisions, regulatory packages to revise the commercial IFQ program, typically promoting council objectives for the program. The first 2 sort of promote the council's objective for owner on board and restricting the use of hired masters to harvest IFQ. And then the last 2 actions are to the community quota entity programs, which are intended to promote access for residents of small coastal communities to the IFQ fisheries. And if you have any specific questions about those or anything else in the report, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Rachel. And Jane, do you have
well,
questions?
I have more.
Jane, you aren't done yet.
Yes, sorry. Rachel covered 2 of the issues that we have in common in terms of the letters. So the council letter is under 6.2.1. I'll note that there are 2 other letters in your briefing book on issues that you're taking up as action items. And so we did send separate letters, so you would have them in the appropriate place in your book. So the first letter mentioned in the letter under 6.2.1 refers to an action that the Commission may consider to allow retention of Area 4A IFQ halibut in IFQ sablefish pot gear, and our letter is under 16.3, and we'll get to that, I think, tomorrow. And we sent a separate letter on the Commission's halibut bycatch project team report, and you, I believe, have taken that under consideration in your separately from what you're doing this week. The third letter is our letter of recommendation for management measures for the Commission to approve as part of the new halibut catch share plan for Area 2C and 3A, and that's under 16.2.2 in your briefing book. And so in addition to the halibut bycatch reduction action and a general summary of the catch sharing plan, on the second page of our letter to the Commission, we identify a couple of other management issues that the Council is entertaining that relates to the Commission management of halibut also. The first is use of pots to allow retention of IFQ halibut. Basically, the Commission has the prerogative to define legal gear for halibut. The first letter I referred to relating to the Area 4A issue that's coming up under a regulatory proposal originally was a proposal to the Commission. The Commission recognized that the definition of legal gear had ramifications for council management of the fishery, and so jointly wanted to consult with the council. Similarly, so the council is recommending that you move forward, should you wish to do so, with allowing halibut to be retained as incidentally caught fish in the overlapping area of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, sablefish fishery in Area 4A. And so the issue of bycatch retention of halibut and sablefish pots now is kind of in front of the council's awareness. We have a separate initiative to amend the IFQ program for sablefish to allow pot longline gear in the entire Gulf of Alaska. That is currently a prohibited gear type based on gear conflicts in the 1980s. The Council is reconsidering that gear allowance for sablefish predominantly as a result of increasing depredation on hook and line, longline gear by killer whales and sperm whales on sablefish. So the Council is considering that as an action for sablefish, but a component of the analysis that it's asked for later this year is to allow halibut to be retained, incidentally caught in those sablefish longline pots, so long as there is sufficient IFQs to cover both harvest. And the idea behind that is, given the recognition of declining stocks of halibut, any fish tossed back into the water has discard mortality associated with it, and so the fishermen were concerned about wastage issues. So I have this italicized mostly as a reminder to me and perhaps to the commissioners. If you would like to comment back to the council on whether that's a viable or a tenable political or policy decision for the council to entertain, if it's something that the commission has a feeling outright that it's not the direction in which you wish to go, the council hearing that in the near future would be beneficial for its determination of whether to pursue that as an analytical alternative and even as a recommended action, recognizing that some of the issues that it acts on are need complementary action by the Commission. So the next issue has to do with fishing in multiple areas. Under the previous observer program, there was an ability by fishermen to voluntarily take an observer for a last or cleanup trip where it could fish in multiple areas and be accepted from the regulations that require the fish to come from the area in which they're fishing, and in terms of having a mix of fish from different areas on board. The restructured observer program does not allow for skippers to put an observer on the vessel and have that data be part of the observer program. There's nothing that prohibits them from hiring somebody to go on board the vessel, but it would not be for the purpose of data collection. It would ultimately be for a monitoring and enforcement component. And so there is further scoping on that issue that will be forthcoming in a discussion paper by the National Marine Fisheries Service staff on a number of regulatory changes that have been proposed to the observer program. But this is a regulation that is part of the annual management measures that the Commission has under its jurisdiction. So I just wanted to alert the Commission of that, and Council staff, National Marine Fisheries Service staff are working with Commission staff to make sure that we're moving in a joint direction for any potential changes that might occur there. The next issue is really just more for information purposes, and that is there has been an industry proposal to the Council, although it's taken no action on it yet, to potentially change the season start dates for sablefish for the Alaska fisheries. Those season start dates are coincidental to the halibut fishery season. I understand that's not the case in Canada. So any decision that the Commission makes for setting the halibut season automatically is what happens for the sablefish fishery, at least at this point. We might see a change to that in the future. So that concludes what I have to cover in the letter. The next issue is your agenda items, or marked as your information item 6.2.2, which is the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan for Area 4. And this is typically an action that the Commission adopts pro forma when it's setting its catch limits, and this catch sharing plan has an allocation formula for Area 4C, D, and E that was adopted back in the mid-90s. But it has a threshold in the third paragraph under the catch sharing plan box that has the formula. You'll note that the catch sharing plan itself notes that a direct allocation of 80,000 pounds is made to sub-area 4E when the sub-area 4CDE catch limit is greater than basically 1.6 million pounds. The blue line suggests that the catch limit for area 4CDE may be far below that threshold. Therefore, that 80,000 pounds that comes off the top of that combined catch limit likely would not occur this year, depending on what your action is. So this is, I just wanted to alert the commissioners and the staff when they're putting together their presentation, and they usually have little formulas all set. When you identify what the catch limit is, out pops the sub-area apportionments, and depending on what your decision is, that may be different this year.
So on that, just so we don't lose it, the formula in the box, if you just remove all the 80,000s in there.
That's correct.
Then that's what would be done if the total catch is below 1.657.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I think that does conclude my remarks. We do have under your tab 16, we'll come back to the catch sharing plan details in terms of your action to adopt the Area 2C, 3A catch sharing plan and the management measures associated with that for the 2014 fishery. Mr. Meyer from ADF&G and I'll be back probably tomorrow. And then also, I don't know whether you'll want a summary of the Area 4A halibut pot coincidental retention also under your reg proposals. Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there questions on the reports? David.
I was pleased to hear again today that there's progress and movement towards a system of individual accountability for halibut bycatch mortality being contemplated in Area 3 and 4. And I think there's been great success with this approach demonstrated in other areas. Would you agree that such a system would require 100% at-sea monitoring in order to ensure compliance and prevent unrecorded dumping of prohibited species under such individual accountability?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, I think that question is above my pay grade. That's a policy determination by the Council and an implementation policy by the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Can we talk hypothetically?
Here comes the higher pay grade.
I wouldn't, Commissioner Boyes, Commissioners, I wouldn't presume that such a system would necessarily require 100% coverage. Obviously, that would be an ideal, and I do note that one of the things that's contemplated in the current focus of the Council on a fishery cooperative system that includes allocations for target and bycatch species, which would then trickle down to the individual accountability level, presumably, hopefully, that one of the things under consideration is a 100% observer requirement. So that is being contemplated.
Could I ask one more question? Thank you for that, Chris. I just wanted to make this is more of a comment, I think, under the use of pots to retain IFQ halibut. I think that's a progressive step. To me, in our lexicon, in 2B, this is a step towards integrated groundfish fishing, and I think it's a great idea to stop discarding groundfish of any species in any fishery when you could retain them, and the attendant mortality would then be absent from the system. And I suggest that eventually you're going to need to assign responsibility for discard mortality of those species to vessels that don't choose to retain it, and that's going to become a component down the road. Just to just think you're moving towards integrated groundfish fishing, and this is one step. Very encouraged to see it. And prohibited gear types, I think, are eventually going to have to be eliminated one by one as we rationalize all these groundfish fisheries. So this is a step. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's stay with the Canadians a minute. Paul?
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, when I see the words PSC, after 20 years, I keep on thinking of Pacific Salmon Commission, and then I go, okay, that's prohibited species catch. Anyhow, I was reading this last night, and it took me a while to figure that out, but I had a question. I was looking at 6.1, and there's a graph there that it shows the trawl and non-trawl fisheries, and there's a decline that's occurred from 2007 on, and I just wondered what was why that was decreasing, and what happens if one is over? Are there any penalties? And these are not individual vessel quotas, I don't think, or are they? And if it's so, what incentives are there for individual harvesters to stay within that?
Right, the individual incentives are not in effect. There are sector fishery and sector incentives, as many of these fisheries, at least in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands area, are rationalized. And so there are sector allocations of halibut PSC limits, and there is great flexibility within the in-season management staff to close specific fleets, for lack of a better word, that are taking higher levels of halibut. So they can, forget what the word is, narrow their focus in terms of which are the high bycatch takers in that sense. Rachel went through in the text that accompanies those tables a number of programs that have been implemented over the years that had embedded within them reductions in bycatch. And the Amendment 80 fleet, the table that's on her page 4, shows that the basically 50 metric tons a year reduction occurred as a result of one particular catch share program for the flatfish fishery. Goa rockfish also had a specific reduction in tonnage allocation to that fishery's halibut bycatch limit. So the council has been, whenever it has rationalized a fishery, it has looked at where it can implement conservation measures, in a sense, as it's rewarding the fleet for economic incentives for efficient fishing. It also has included these program elements to address halibut conservation or salmon conservation.
Chris, please.
Add to that, Mr. Chairman, and it's difficult to quantify, but it's certainly in the Bering Sea that the allocations in the quote-unquote rationalized fisheries do allow those fishery cooperatives to assign catch and bycatch down to literally vessel level. So I think it does create that individual accountability that you see. I think you see some of the results of that or stem from that. I think in the Gulf, and I can't quantify this, but for a number of years now, I think some credit goes to the fleet itself, but in all gear types, that they've made their own efforts to reduce bycatch, either by changing the way they fish, where they fish, how they fish, and they know that bycatch salmon and halibut is a big deal, and so I think you probably have some fleet behavior going on there that's resulted in some of those reductions.
And I'd like to, echo that. I think when you look at the two charts that Ms. Baker has included in her report, these reductions reflect both those programmatic or regulatory reductions, but also that change in fleet behavior as the industry is aware that the Council is considering reductions, and so the fleet is responding to show how it can fish more efficiently under its current bycatch caps.
I think you didn't cover the point about what happens if Rachel, please.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That's just the point I wanted to back up a little bit. You did ask a specific question about the PSC limits and what happens if it is reached. And from a management perspective, if the PSC limit is reached in a particular fishery in a particular season, ground fish fishing is closed. The limit cannot be exceeded. So that is the result of reaching those PSC limits.
Let's see, Don had some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need a little clarification. I have a couple questions, but the first one is the trawl bycatch on page 2 talks about 349 metric tons remaining, and then I'm not clear on are there two trawl fleets, Amendment 80 fleet and the trawl limited access sector? Is there another trawl fleet that's under a management regime besides those two?
Those are the primary ones, Commissioner. Yeah, Amendment 80 and the BSAI limited access fishery.
Okay. So what I want to get to is the rollover concept. It talks about rolling over into the Amendment 80. Is that reset annually? If it doesn't roll over to the next year, it doesn't accumulate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then one last question. Jane, you referred to the use of pots. It wasn't clear to me in the italicized sentence that you referred to about legal gear allowances for halibut. Were you talking about directed halibut fishing, or were you talking about halibut incidental to blackcod? When in that statement,
in this statement, I'm referring to halibut incidentally caught in sablefish target IFQ fishery,
okay,
where the harvester holds IFQ for both species.
not for directed halibut fishing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Jane, my questions are along the same issue of the pots in 4A.
Okay.
I notice in the comments from the Council their intent is not to have a directed fishery and to maintain it as a bycatch species, and that the numbers that are indicated show that 13,670 halibut were taken, while almost 4 million pounds of halibut or sablefish were taken. I don't know what the poundage of halibut is, but I'm just roughly giving them a 15-pound average. I'm looking at 5%. So is the intent to try to keep it in that range? Is that how to interpret what is coming from the North Pacific Council?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, we will talk about this issue, this proposal in more detail tomorrow, I believe, but I'm happy to kind of try to address your answer generally. The Council has not completed its action if it wishes to move forward to allow halibut to be retained in sablefish pots incidentally if both harvesters have the IQs for both species. It hasn't initiated a regulatory amendment at this stage. It's done a discussion paper because so far the change in regulations would come as a result of the commission action, which happens in your annual measures. The council, if the commission says yes, let's move forward on this, it would need a complementary action of the commission and the council through NIMS in both regards to change two sets of regulations. One, the IPHC regulations, and the other, the federal regulations. The council has suggested that if the commission says yes to this proposal, that the likely timeline would be that the commission action could be implemented conditional on when the federal regulations are implemented. The council has suggested that it might want to put some limits on the amount of halibut that could be subject to this potential action. They haven't said exactly how they might want to do it, whether it's a cap in terms of total number of pounds or whether it wishes to consider maximum retainable allowances so that there is a limit on fleet behavior changing to be a target fishery on halibut. There are ways, regulatory mechanisms that could be implemented to disincentivize, for lack of a better word at the moment, to have that transition from an incidental halibut catch to a target halibut catch. Council hasn't identified what that might be. So far they've suggested the depth at which the pots would be fished, but that's not something that can be enforced at sea, so to speak, in terms of how deep is a fish, a pot underwater. So we haven't worked with the attorneys or the enforcement office in terms of what could be an effective tool other than the one we use most often, which is maximum retainable allowances. If the commission has some suggestions on what level of halibut harvest might be acceptable to it, the council would consider that as likely as something to move forward in an analysis. I don't know that putting a tonnage cap on it is the optimal way to go, but council hasn't really vetted the different approaches yet. Right now, it's kind of, from a policy perspective, it wants to move forward. It needs to consult with the commission to see whether this is acceptable to the commission, and then it will resolve the regulatory issues in a subsequent amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we will be discussing this in depth later. My drawing from my experience on the Pacific Council, they do have a maximum retainable level on the directed black cod fishery north of Cape Chehalis, and it varies, and it can be 75 pounds per 1,000 pounds, or sometimes it's up to 10%. And then they also, in order to reduce the bycatch of yelloweye, the fleet is restricted outside 100 fathoms, so they had to develop a line, and it's enforced by VMS. So the depth restriction could be done in 4A, but it would need a VMS and waypoints, but we can discuss that later.
Well,
that was my main issue there. Yeah.
Are there any other questions on this?
Jim, and first I want to congratulate Jane on a really nice pair of earrings that you have. Okay, well, you have to tell me where I can get those, because I think my wife would appreciate having them, or maybe she won't, but I'll get her to appreciate it. A couple of questions, Jane. I'm looking at the report you guys did and the charts that we talked about, the sort of the bycatch reductions. So according to this, I'm just trying to get a good understanding of it. So under the proposed limits in the years ahead, we'd be looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm looking at figure, it doesn't actually have a number, so the top figure here, the trawl limit would be 23.25, is that correct to say? And that's supposed to be from 2012 onwards, I understand. Is that correct? Right. So I'm a little confused because you have a line here saying what the limit is, the dotted line, but on that other chart, actually, the dotted line should be lower for if the limit is 2325, it's not clear to me why the limit is listed as being just under 3,500. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding it. Because according to this, it looks like the fleet has significantly gone under the limit in the last 5-6 years. But I'm going to make sure I'm explaining myself correctly here. On the page 4, you have this chart which says what the limit is and the number going down, right? So maybe could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Commissioner. The Amendment 80 limit of 2325 that you're looking at on page 4 is not the entire PSC limit for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. There are some other fisheries that are included.
It's a subset.
Right. Of the total trawl halibut PSC limit that you look at on page 2 of 3,200 metric tons.
As the table preceding the graph.
It's overall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that includes the BSAI trawl limited access fishery that we talked about earlier. And so the 2,325 metric tons is one specific management program. Right. It's the Amendment 80 multi-species flatfish fishery, but those are not the only fisheries, groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands that operate under a PSC limit.
So the graph is the graph is reflective of the table, which shows the line with the boxes is the 2851 and the line is the 3200.
That's correct.
Okay, so maybe an additional chart that breaks that down a little bit might be useful.
It will be done by fishery in the future.
Sure.
On the second chart, so I'm again trying to link between you have this dotted line, and then I'm looking on page 5 of the intent of, by 2016, right. This is the PSC limits for the trawl sector, right, in GOA.
Yes.
Being 1,700. So I guess if you draw the imaginary, not imaginary, but a line of 1,700, it in fact is higher than what looks like the 2013 actual bycatch was, right? So
yes, that's correct.
If in fact there has been already, even without the requirement, a reduction to the, I guess I have two questions. What accounts for that? Was it just less fishing opportunity or something? And secondly, if in fact there's already evidence that there's a downward trend and going below 1,700, should we be looking to be trying to be more ambitious and lowering the limit even more? Or I know there's a trade-off with the loss of money, the $10 million in your letter, I think that you say, Chris, so maybe that's the issue there. But just some clarification on that too.
I'll go first, if you would, with the specific question about maybe what happened with the PSC catch reduction in 2013. I did look into that after we put together this graph, and other than to say, as you can see, the PSC catch is variable by year and even among seasons, and the reduction was across the board in 2013 in terms of the trawl and the non-trawl fisheries. So my sense is they just encountered fewer halibut in 2013 than they did in the previous year, and that's the reason you see the reduction.
There's fewer fish in the water. That's for the
fewer fish that are being intercepted by those fisheries.
Right.
I could follow up, Mr. Chairman. And it's a combination of reasons, perhaps fewer fish, changes in fishing behavior, and I think your point is if we're already below that number that we've targeted as a reduction level, I guess the big difference is if hopefully as halibut abundance increases, that graph in the absence of those reduced limits could go back above that line, and with the limit it can't go above that line. People will have to stop fishing for groundfish if they hit that line.
Right. Okay. And then a third question is, recall the presentation that Heather Gilroy made on Monday about the overall 2 million reduction in bycatch from 2012 to 2013, I guess. I'm just trying to understand the sources of that information. So I assume this is in part the sources of that information. I mean, it's not doesn't account for the whole 2 million, but what's and maybe I should have asked this question of Heather, who may be in the room today. But I'm just trying to understand what was the information that led to that assertion of the 2 million reduction. Do you, I mean, you might have a partial answer to that as far as...
Just to defer to Heather on that.
But she would have, I assume, received statistics from the various fisheries for the purposes of accumulating
I'm sure
that
she
number,
used
right?
the NIMS data for that.
Yeah, and I would just say generally the NIMPS data that I believe was used in the presentation, but we will look to Heather for that, is a combination of multiple sources, fishery-dependent data, observer data that you heard about yesterday, and processor reports and those types of things. So it's multiple sources used to estimate those numbers.
Okay. And then a final question, Chris, really to you. Your letter, the first page of your letter, last paragraph, when you talk about the reductions leading to 2016 and so on, and then you talk about benefits to different sectors, I guess, right? Increased wholesale gross revenue is expected to rise by $2.3 million annually under the full 15% reduction. In Area 2C, it's a rather small amount, and then Area 3A increase expected estimated at $1.4 million. And then you say the allocations are expected to increase in proportion to the PSC reductions. So I'm just trying to understand that sentence. Because allocations, of course, are on the basis of a commission decision on allocation, right? So what is the, I just want to be clear.
Sure. We didn't have a way to estimate what the benefit was to the charter sector.
Right.
So I just made a general characterization that the benefit to the charter sector will be...
Should the commission so decide,
That's right.
blah, blah, blah. That kind of,
All things being
okay.
equal.
Right.
All things being equal. And the rest of that sentence saying targeted estimated to experience loss of $10 million per year. So on the basis of this 15%, that the view is that the cost to the trawl fishery will be $10 million?
That's right. We had a rather lengthy and extensive economic analysis of the impacts of different levels of reduction.
Right.
And this is the sum of the economic cost to the groundfish fishery, both longline and trawl.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And if I might, the report that we're currently, we will release this week on the Bering Sea Aleutian Island fisheries also will contain the benefits to the directed halibut fishery from let me put it this way, the value of a ton of halibut to the halibut fishery, directed halibut fishery, contrasting with a ton of halibut that's used as bycatch in the different groundfish fisheries by sector. So we'll have some really narrowed down information on a sector by sector basis for the use of that halibut by the different fisheries.
Could you tell me when that report is, where and when?
By Friday, and I'll get a copy. It's a report that the council has contracted with Northern Economics. It will be released by Friday. I was reviewing it yesterday, and it will be before the council at its February meeting. When it's released, I'll send it to Dr. Lehman, who can distribute it to the commissioners.
Thank you.
Jane or Chris, I've allowed myself to get confused on what the council voted on their catch share program on the slot limits for halibut for charter. Could you give me?
I'll give you the short version.
Yeah.
And the long version will come tomorrow. Under section 16, let me find the specific letter. Yeah, go ahead.
While Jane's looking that up, I've allowed myself to be confused when this is coming up. I was not sure whether we were taking up that issue this morning or tomorrow.
So I think in general we're going to take it up when we do the catch limits, which does not come up today. So this is kind of front-end stuff in terms of council reports, and so it'll give Bob a chance to think about it probably. So please go ahead.
And when it does, Mr. Meyer is going to be given a rather detailed report, I believe, on that
That's
issue
right.
and how the council arrived at those recommendations.
16.2.2 is my note for where my letter is. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Oliver's letter. And I must have pulled it out of my book. So I don't have it in front of me. But the recommendation, yes, I'm sure it will. The recommendation is a reverse, Thank you. So the I'll just tell you what the recommendation is, and we can talk tomorrow perhaps about how it was derived. So for Area 2C, the recommendation reported on the second page of the letter is one fish daily bag limit with a reverse slot limit of less than or equal to 44 inches or more than equal to or greater than 76 inches. And then because the council is making its recommendation without knowing what the commission action is, the analysis prepared by Scott Meyer of Alaska Department of Fish and Game on behalf of the council to help it in its decision making used the blue line as the baseline for its decision. So should the commission deviate from the blue line and be more liberal, set a higher catch limit for the combined commercial and charter sector, which is now what it's going to do for 2C and 3A under the catch sharing plan. The charter allocation, if that ends up being higher than what would come from the blue line, the council recommends adjusting the size of the lower limit by an inch or to whatever level would be appropriate. And Mr. Meyer in his presentation tomorrow will have a decision table to help you understand exactly how to do that.
Okay.
So
I've picked up that there was a range, so there is a range, but it's very specific.
Right.
Okay.
Using the expression range might not quite be the right way to characterize it, but there is a specific recommendation. However, because of that uncertainty with what the commission action is, the council has provided some additional guidance to the commission on if there needs to be an adjustment, how to do that adjustment. And just to complete my, I don't want, in case anybody's listening and is concerned that I'm not going on to say that, there is a second adjustment that could be to reduce the upper limit to meet the allocation. So it's from either direction. And I only used Area 2C as the example.
Bruce.
Just a point of clarification on the letter concerning it. This goes back to the letter concerning bycatch reduction. In the estimate of cost to the groundfish sector for bycatch reductions, there's a figure in there of 10 million pounds. Can you talk a little bit about what the assumptions are behind that in terms of foregone groundfish catch? Is that what's going on?
That is the general conclusion of foregone groundfish catch at the X-vessel wholesale value. I'd have to refresh myself on the analysis.
So is the assumption then that the fleet would be unable to harvest their full groundfish catch under a reduced PSC scenario?
That was the assumption in that analysis because the council was only looking at straight reductions and was not looking at providing the management tools needed to allow the fleet to catch more groundfish per ton of halibut.
Paul.
Jane, I was when I was looking at these reverse slot limits, and I was thinking of our situation in BC as well, which we're about to go to and trying to figure out what we're going to do this year for setting limits, working with the Sport Fishing Advisory Board. I'd be interested in talking to you when you have a moment about just how you came up with and parameters and assumptions to come up with these slot limits. As you might know, when we provided our report yesterday, with the measures that we had in place last year, we were under what the recreational allocation was of 15%, and we'll be taking a look at measures for 2014 in the coming weeks.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I should note that Scott Meyer from Alaska Department of Fish and Game is the expert on that type of analysis, and I believe he was planning on giving you a shorter version of how those measures were developed and adopted by the council. But if you are interested as a commission to hear the whole presentation, he has one prepared. So I guess maybe we could talk to Mr. Meyer afterwards and see what the pleasure of the commission is in terms of what level of detail you'd like to get on how the there was up to 14 different management measures were recommended for initial consideration by the council's committee. It was narrowed down to about 6 or so, 5 or 6, and then ultimately this one was selected, and Mr. Meyer could help you with, could provide that additional level of detail if the commission as a whole is interested in that. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd be happy to talk with you one-on-one on that. So I guess I'm hinting that if you would like the fuller presentation, we can
We'll
let
get to
Scott know. Yeah.
Anything else, Paul?
No, that's all. Thanks,
Okay,
Jim.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Jim.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a bit of a follow-up to Michael's earlier question, going back to page 3 of your annual report. And I'd actually like to direct this question to Dr. Lehman. We've heard twice now, yesterday and today, that the bulk of the remarkable drop in the Gulf of Alaska halibut bycatch mortality is due to reduced encounters with halibut. And I just wondered if the Commission has detected this dismaying trend of fewer small halibut in the Gulf of Alaska via its surveys and charter fisheries and so on.
Commissioner Boyes, I probably would like to ask Ian to respond to that, but he is currently down in I think he's down in the PAG meeting right now, so he is not available. In general, I'll go out a little bit on a limb here. I don't think we are seeing a large reduction in the number of smaller halibut, although that should be expected given what we've seen in recruitment trends over time. So as we've seen about 6 or 7 years now of declining recruitment, that would translate into lower numbers of recruitment. We don't know of those recruits that would be vulnerable to that fishery right now. We don't have a good handle on what that looks like, Dave. So if we'd probably need to go and take a look at the NIMS trawl survey in the Gulf of Alaska and see what they've seen on that. I don't have that information right in front of me right now, but I can have Ian talk to that later.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I might just add a little bit, the fleet is actively trying to avoid halibut and salmon when it's fishing for its target species, because it is under these caps that will close their fishery if they exceed them. So they're already seeking out grounds that don't have halibut or are not known to have halibut, or if they're known to have halibut, they have somebody advising them to move out of that area. So there are these behavioral issues that may or may not be reflective of the overall halibut population.
Yeah, so it's a reduction of encounters with trawl gear, so I find that not a dismaying trend, but a very positive trend. And absent any indication in the stock assessment that there's dramatic declines, this is a good sign. And I think Jane and others have noted that there's, even though we don't have the individual vessel incentives, which we all want to have, and we're working for that, there's strong incentives for that trawl fleet to avoid halibut. So they have different gear changes, different areas. They have set up all kinds of communication things, and so I attribute it to actually some proactive stuff ahead of regulations, ahead of individual vessel quotas, and it's not low enough. We're still working on it, but that's where the trend comes from, as opposed to trying to discover that they're not being observed or that the population has crashed. I think that's the wrong conclusion.
I've been able to sort of dig out quickly a little information on this. If you look on your RAW on page 483, this is the trawl data from the NIMS survey in there, and you can see, in fact, there has been a decrease in the abundance of smaller animals in their trawl survey. So that would probably translate into lower encounters as well. Yeah. Page 483. 83? 483.
Any other questions for Jane? Do we have 6.3, retention of under 32, report on that? Is Greg going to do that? 6.3.
Good morning. The report in your briefing books there under 6.3 is just informational report to the Commission regarding an allowance that the Commission has made for communities in Area 4D and 4E to retain undersize as fish below 32 inches during their commercial fishing operations for retention as subsistence or personal use fish. This has been on the books now for over 10 years. And the removals annually are shown on the table, on Table 1, generally fairly modest. And this is the annual reporting we have in the regulations, just keeps these participants accountable to the regulatory process. The numbers that reported to us for 2013 came in just a little over 10,000 pounds, down about half from 2012. And largely, we've in communications with these folks, these changes are a product of just changes in encounters of small fish during their fishing operations.
Thank you. Is there an indication of what percentage that is of their whole all catch?
Not overall, no. One of the organizations did provide a little bit more information. BBEDC did in their report of all their fisheries up there and the amount that they retained, but not from an overall standpoint. I mean, I think the catch limits for the combined 4 CDE area are in the order of 1.4 million, 1.5 million, somewhere in there. So 10,000 pounds out of on top of that.
What's that percentage, real quick?
Low.
Thanks. Any questions on this section? Thanks, Greg. So that brings us to 6.4, State of Alaska. I think Mr. Myers is going to do the first of his chapters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Scott Meyer with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I just want to say that I also have a good-looking wife. The information I'm going to present today is drawn largely from the letter from ADF&G to the IPHC, dated November 13th. That's in your briefing book, tab 6.4. There's also, as you know, historical information in the Blue Book. These data that we're going to present today come from a number of sources, including catch sampling programs in Southeast and South Central Alaska, and the people who run those programs are in the back of the room, Mike Jenneke, Barbie Failer, and Diana Tersteeg. If you have specific questions about arcane details of those programs, feel free to talk to them. They'd be happy to share that information. The general sources of information for estimation of sport harvest in Alaska are that harvest and release estimates come largely from our statewide harvest survey, which is a mail survey sent to a random sample of resident and non-resident anglers. Average weights of harvested fish come from the catch sampling programs in major ports throughout 2C and 3A. In areas 3B and 4, we have harvest estimates from the mail survey, but we don't do any sampling programs. So we don't have an estimate of average weight, and I think the Commission typically applies the Kodiak average weight to those areas, which is probably too low. I suspect the average weight is higher than what happens in Kodiak, but the number of fish harvested out there is relatively small, and that error is probably negligible. The statewide mail survey estimates lag the fishery by a year, which requires us to project harvest for the most recent year. And in the guided fishery, we have a mandatory charter logbook, which we've had in place since 1998. And so far, the logbook data have been used mostly in evaluation of regulatory options and for harvest projections. So with that segue to projections, for the last 2 years now, we've done our charter projections based on a regression between the male survey data and partial year logbook data through July of the current year. And there's a very strong relationship there. The unguided fishery doesn't have a logbook, of course, and we don't really have a good way to, in season, get an estimate of harvest. So our projections there are based on time series forecasts. And that the harvest in the unguided fisheries is quite variable from year to year, but in both areas there is not really an apparent trend. It's flat but highly variable, up to 35% variation from year to year in the number of fish harvested. So the time series forecasts are much less accurate than the forecasts for the charter fishery. And the harvest projections for each sector are done by sub-area of 2C and 3A because there are differences in size and trends in harvest in each sub-area. And those harvest projections are multiplied by the current year's average weight to get the yield in each area. And all our methods for estimation and projection have been reviewed several times by the North Pacific Council SSC and basically concluded that they're appropriate given the short and variable time series that we're dealing with. And they've also made a number of suggestions for improvement, which we have incorporated into the projection methodology. The final 2012 estimates and the projections for 2013 are in tables 1 and 2 of that letter. And I will just focus my summary here on 2013. In Area 2C, the charter fishery was under a 1 fish bag limit and the reverse slat limit, which you just discussed. And we project charter yield for 2013 to be 723,000 pounds, which is up about almost 20% from 605,000 pounds last year. And that increase is due mostly to an increase in the number of fish harvested, which was up 21%, but the average weight was down a little. It was 14.1 pounds in 2013 compared to 14.3 in 2012. In Area 3A, the charter fishery in 2013 was still under a 2 fish bag limit with no size limit, and the charter yield was projected to be 2.27 million pounds, which is really similar to 2012, which was 2.28. It's only a 4,000 fish difference in harvest there. And mean weight was down considerably. It's 12.8 pounds, down from 13.2 the year before. And this is the lowest average weight that we have estimated for the charter sector in Area 3A since we started monitoring this fishery in 1991. I think that drop in average weight is a combination of exhaustion of the older fish in the stock and also the reductions, the long-term reductions in size at age. And probably due in part to changes in business practice, increase, especially in Cook Inlet, in marketing of half-day trips, which we can talk more about tomorrow. In the unguided sector, the regulations statewide are 2 fish of any size. And in Area 2C, the unguided yield was projected to be about 900,000 pounds. In Area 3A, we projected about 1.44 million pounds. And as I said, these projections can, the projection error can be off by upwards of 20% from year to year in this unguided sector. But the good thing is that we haven't seen a trend in harvest in that sector. For the first time, I think we've provided release mortality to the IPHC. We estimated release mortality for areas 2C and 3A using methods similar to those that used in a paper for the Council in 2007. And that paper was also reviewed by the Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee. And the release mortality estimates are in Table 3. It might be a stretch to call them estimates. I like to think of them more as plausible numbers. The total 026 sport release mortality estimate was about 47,000 pounds in 2C and about 59,000 pounds in 3A, which that that release mortality represented about 3% of total removals in 2C and 2% in 3A. And this next bit of information relates to Mr. Boyd's question earlier about small halibut. The logbook data for 3A through July of 2013 shows that the numbers of released fish was down considerably in 3A compared to previous years. And I suspect that that is just due to a lower abundance of halibut in 3A, and that would also explain the lower average weight that people are more willing to keep a small fish if they're catching fewer. That is logbook data, and I suppose it's potentially prone to gaming, but we also saw a similar trend in our creel survey data on the docks, and next year we'll have statewide harvest survey information that is somewhat independent from the logbook data because it's actually reported by the clients, and we'll be able to see if that corroborates the decline in the numbers of released fish. And basically, the release mortality is estimated by applying estimates of numbers of released fish, multiplying that by an assumed mortality rate, and then what I call a plausible average weight that's obtained through modeling the probability of release as a function of size. And this is what allows us to break apart our estimates of release mortality into the U26, O26 components. And this modeling approach was reviewed by the SSC. They gave me some suggestions, which I incorporated what I could, tried some things that they suggested that didn't work. But for now, I think it's better to use an estimate of release mortality. Actually, it's required under the catch sharing plan. We have to have some kind of number out there. And I think it's generally better to use some number than to pretend that it doesn't happen. Another piece of information that we give to the IPHC is harvest prior to the mean date of the IPHC survey in 2C and 3A. And Dr. Webster with the IPHC provides us with the mean date of the survey, and for area 2C this year, we estimated that 18% of the sport harvest occurred prior to the middle of the survey. In area 3A, the survey was a little later. It was 42% of the sport harvest occurred prior to the survey, middle of the survey. And the other data request, we provided Dr. Stewart with Area 3A sport fishery age composition from 1994 to 2006. He wanted to look at that information to examine assumptions about selectivity, how sport fishery selectivity is modeled. And we also, because we had it, I guess, provided the sport fishery sex composition back to 1994 for Area 3A. Changes for 2014. The big change is that starting in 2014, all our charter harvest estimates will be based on the logbook data. The council adopted the logbook data as the preferred data source for those numbers. The logbook numbers are higher than the statewide harvest survey estimates in both 2C and 3A. The advantage, I guess, of the logbook is there's no issues with recall bias that you get associated with a harvest survey where you're asked to report your harvest for the previous year. Another advantage is that the projections, well, it's more timely. We can make projections based on partial year data, and those projections now are going to be closer to the final estimates than they'll use the same approach, a regression between data, partial year data to entire year data, but in each case, it's logbook data. You're not trying to relate partial year logbook data to mail survey data, so the sampling error of the mail survey drops out. Much tighter relationship. So our preliminary harvest numbers for each year should be much closer to the final logbook numbers. Statewide harvest survey isn't going away. We use that to estimate freshwater and saltwater harvest for a couple dozen species statewide. So we'll always have those estimates, and we can continue to monitor the differences between mail survey and logbook data, both harvest and released fish. And that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Scott. Can you, is it in here, or can you tell us off the top of your head what the GHLs were for 2C and 3A? I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I think it's in the letter, but area 2C was 788, and area 3 was 2.734.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Scott? Bruce? Paul?
Scott, how many licenses are sold in a year? Do you know offhand, roughly?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ryle, I'm glad you asked that, because when I heard Devona provide those numbers yesterday, I said, I better get those. So what I have are logbook. In our saltwater charter logbook, I think our logbook is unique, because I've never heard of any other for-hire data collection system or logbook that requires the data to be recorded for each individual angler, including their license number and their name. And in the case of under the catch sharing plan, starting next year, both areas 2C and 3A, the anglers will have to sign the logbook to verify that what was recorded for them that is true and correct. But so looking at logbook data, we have it broken down, the total number of licensed anglers. Now there's also unlicensed anglers that fish in the charter sector. There's basically about, I'm just adding these numbers up, in recent years roughly 50 to 55,000 total saltwater anglers, licensed anglers. Well, actually this includes unlicensed, in area 2C, and in area 3A in recent years it's been around 85,000 total anglers. The number of anglers, charter anglers, that kept at least one halibut is about a little less than half that in area 2C. It's around neighborhood of 20 to 23,000 anglers kept at least one halibut over the last few years. And in area 3A, it's more like roughly 75 to 76,000 anglers kept at least one halibut. I don't have data for the unguided sector. I think statewide we're in the neighborhood of somewhere around 350,000 licenses, but that includes freshwater and saltwater. And we don't have any license statistics on unguided anglers fishing in saltwater.
Do you have any idea, Scott, whether the numbers are going up or flat?
Pretty flat. Let's see, 2012. So the total number of halibut anglers in 2011 was, so this anglers that caught at least one halibut was around 22,000 in 2C, and it was 23,600 in 2012. I don't have numbers for 2013 yet. In area 3A in 2011, it was roughly 77,000 anglers kept at least one halibut. In 2012, that number was actually more like 73,000.
Thank you.
Further questions? Don.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Appreciate your report, and I appreciate all the hard work you've put into this particular subject over the years.
Thanks.
So I also recognize that we're both from Homer, Alaska, so.
And they both have good-looking wives.
Yes, we do. On the table 1, area 2C, on the non-charter average weight and the non-charter average weight seemed to be a little bit larger fish than the charter average weight, and in 3A it was somewhat opposite, where the charter fish was a little bit bigger than the non-charter fish. What do you attribute that to?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lane, in area 2C, the charter sector is under the reverse slot limit, which essentially functions as a maximum size limit because, well, it's U45-068, but the vast majority of the harvest, 98% or so, is under 40, is limited by that 45-inch lower limit. And the amount of harvest that's above 68 is so small it has little effect on the average weight, whereas the unguided fishery, the non-charter fishery, doesn't have a size limit. It's 2 fish wide open. In Area 3A, they're under the same bag limits, and so I think what you're seeing in the difference in the average weight there is the experience of charter skippers at being able to get, well, plus they have bigger boats, they can get out to where the larger fish are.
Really just a comment. I just wanted to compliment Scott on his applying his considerable creativity to looking at the release mortality stuff, and particularly generating a size composition for it. Scott, really a nice piece of work, and again, compliments from us.
Thank you. Well, I think there's room for improvement there, and I'm going to put a little more effort into it. There's also a limit as to how far you can stretch the imagination.
Let's see, we have 10 o'clock, we have the prohibited species donation program, we have the subsistence harvest story, and then a bunch of enforcement stuff. Want to take a break right now? 15 minutes. Let's make it 10:20 and we'll try to start up. Thanks. We have a lot of reports to go through, but we're hoping to be done about 11:30. We have a little side issue that Bruce and Steve and I are going to try to set up at 11:30. So if we can get done by that, that'd be great. If we can't, we'll bump that back. So we'll start because of that. As long as I've got them, I have a notice here that there's a new head of the National Marine Fisheries Service just announced, Eileen Sobek. So people are waiting for the new Assistant Administrator. Sam Rauch is now going to go back to his deputy position. Alan Reisenhover will go back to his sustainable fish position. Eileen Sobek will be my new boss. She was with NOAA in the 80s as a lawyer, general counsel. She's been in Interior in a variety of positions for 15 or 20 years, and we're pretty excited. So let's see, we were just going to do a report from Greg Williams.
Strike that last line from the record.
Report from Greg Williams on the donation program. 6.5.
Well, good morning once again. Again, another informational report for the Commission on a program that was adopted by the North Pacific Council and administered by National Marine Fisheries Service, which allows prohibited species or species that are classified as prohibited species, halibut, salmon, crab, which are landed from groundfish trawl fisheries in Alaska to be funneled into food bank providers. This initiative started with halibut back in the late 1990s, and the Council and the Commission had some dialogue for several years to get the structure and get the appropriateness of the program squared away. 1998, as you see in the table there, was the first year of program inception. And since that time, we've had landings from through this program range anywhere from 5,000 pounds upwards of 45,000 pounds. By and large, the intent here is to make some use of that halibut, which for one way or another makes its way to the dock and is not sorted at sea, theoretically through incomplete sorting processes. Makes it to the dock and allows for those items to be then funneled into food bank distribution channels. Much of the handling and transportation is donated through various companies, get the product back down here to Seattle. It's then staked out and distributed. And there's a listing in the report there of where the items went here back in 2013. It's fairly typical. It's been there hasn't been a lot of fish run through this, but the queries that I've made with some of the enforcement folks over this time period and with some of the other participants, we've been worried about leakage. We've been worried about some of this fish getting into normal food distribution. That doesn't seem like it's occurring. There's some, because of the nature of this, the high profile exception of this, people are pretty careful to make sure it stays where it needs to stay. The facility here in Seattle does apparently a very good job of going through some quality control to make sure that was provided is good quality protein, good quality food items, and not substandard. So in 2011, the program, which initially was limited to just Bering Sea and just to Dutch Harbor, was expanded into the Gulf of Alaska, and there are plants in Kodiak and King Cove and Sand Point that participate in this now. Sea Share, which is an outfit down in the Puget Sound area here over on Bainbridge Island, oversees this program, and it's quite a national profile in their distribution of items out of this. Not only halibut, but I think halibut is a secondary or tertiary item through their processes. Salmon is a much bigger food item. And they made some changes here 2 years ago, which now provides us, rather than raw weights coming out the boats up on the docks, now we get staked weights or product weights, which we then back calculate through some product recovery rate conversions to get total amounts. There's a difference in there, but I think the differences are probably pretty minimal. So, again, informational report to the Commission.
Thanks, Greg. You mentioned that this, I don't have the phrase, there's less halibut than salmon probably, something like that.
Yeah.
5 to 1, do you have any idea?
I'm reaching a little bit, but it'd be something like that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Don.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the report, Greg. Just a couple. I noticed the address for Sea Shares on Bainbridge Island, but you referred to a Seattle facility.
Yes.
What is a Seattle facility? And then am I correct reading this, the fish are shipped to Seattle, processed, and then shipped back to Alaska for some food bank distribution and other distribution points? Is that the process?
Yeah, Mr. Lane, that's correct. The Sea Share itself doesn't do the processing. That's done by another company down here called Sea Freeze over on one of the Duwamish waterways, I believe.
Anything else? Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Just good. Dr. Fall. I believe this is 6.6.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Jim Fall, and I work for the Division of Subsistence of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Anchorage. And I'm pleased for the opportunity to provide you with a brief overview of our report on subsistence harvest of Pacific halibut in Alaska for 2012. There is a PowerPoint presentation that's now up there on the screen, and Commission members have a paper copy of that for your convenience. Under tab 6.6 in your briefing book, is a 4-page summary of the full study findings and the executive summary of the full report. They're both marked draft in your briefing book, but they have not changed and have since been finalized, so they do reflect the final findings for the project. And the full report, let's see if this works. The full report is now available at the Division of Subsistence website. It's technical paper 388. And as you know, the Division of Subsistence conducts this project through a grant from the National Marine Fisheries Service. A few reminders about the project. New subsistence regulations came into effect for Alaska in May of 2003. In order to participate in subsistence fishing for halibut in Alaska, you must be a resident of one of 118 communities with customary and traditional uses of halibut, or a member of one of 123 tribes with traditional uses, or you can be a resident of designated rural areas that are basically outside of incorporated communities. Also, to participate, you must register with the National Marine Fisheries Service Restricted Access Management Division and obtain a subsistence halibut registration certificate, which we call a SHARC. The regulations adopted by the Council have provisions for the collecting of subsistence harvest data. The report that I'm giving you today covers the 10th year of subsistence harvest since the new regulations came into effect. That's harvest for calendar year 2012. And finally, as project background, we were informed by the National Marine Fisheries Service this past June that due to funding constraints, the project will not continue to document or estimate harvest for 2013. How we do this work, it's primarily a mailed household survey to all people who held a SHARC that was valid for at least part of 2012. Response to the survey is voluntary. These surveys were mailed in 2012 to 9,944 SHARC holders. We do 3 rounds of mailings, and we supplement the mailings with household contacts and interviews in selected communities with tribal partners. And in 2012, we did that in 5 communities in Area 2C, Southeast Alaska: Sitka, Angoon, Heidelberg, Ketchikan, and Metlakatla. And we thank the tribal governments of all 5 of those communities for their support of the project over the years. How did we do in terms of samples? Sampling, we did quite well. We obtained 7,054 surveys of the 9,944 valid SHARCs. That's a sampling fraction of 71%. And as is documented in some detail in the full report, we obtained high rates of return for all of the larger communities with the most SHARCs issued. And in terms of the 10 years of the project, this graph shows total numbers of SHARCs. That's the total height of each bar. And then the dark portion of the bar is the number of surveys returned, and then the percentage is the percentage of the total SHARCs issued that are represented by surveys. And 71% in 2012 was the best sampling fraction of the 10 years of the project, that has ranged between 60 and 71% for that 10 years. What did we learn? We estimate the number of subsistence halibut fishers in Alaska in 2012 was about 4,400. The estimated subsistence harvest was about 37,000 halibut for an estimated subsistence harvest of just under 700,000 pounds net weight. 58% of that harvest occurred in Area 2C, Southeast Alaska, and 37% in Area 3A, South Central Alaska. You have a choice of gear to use in the subsistence fishery in Alaska. 78% of the harvest was taken with set line gear and an estimated 22% with hand-operated gear. Okay. There we go. I need to point it. I need to aim it. Okay, putting these in some perspective, in terms of our estimate of the number of, or participation in the fishery, about 4,400 in 2012 was the lowest of the 10 years of the project, and compares to a 10-year average of about 5,300 participants in the fishery. We found over the years that most people who obtain sharks do not participate in the fishery, and this graph, the height of the bar shows the number of sharks issued, and the dark portion of the bar is the estimated number of shark holders who went subsistence halibut fishing, and that was 44% in 2012, which compares to between 40 and 45% over the 10 years of the fishery or the monitoring program. In terms of estimates, 2012 at about 700,000 pounds net weight is our lowest estimate for the 10 years, but does not differ significantly from the estimate that we have for 2011. But it did continue a trend of declining harvest estimates that began in 2006. The 2012 estimate in terms of net weight is about 30% below the previous 9-year average. And in terms of number of halibut harvested in the subsistence fishery, it's a similar pattern with a slight difference. The estimate for 2012 is about 23% below the previous 9-year average. And the difference between the two estimates in pounds and numbers of fish is accounted for over time by a decline that we documented in the average weight of a halibut taken in the subsistence fishery, which declined pretty steadily from 2003 through 2008 at about a pound per fish per year. But since 2008, the average weight of a fish, as estimated by survey respondents in the subsistence halibut fishery, has been pretty steady. We can't say that there's been any real change at a statewide level since 2008. In terms of where the subsistence harvest occurred, this pie chart shows the distribution by regulatory area. 2C at about 58%, 3A at about 37%, and then a much smaller percentage, which adds up to about 5% for the rest of the state. Okay. Oops, too far. There we go. And in terms of the 10-year perspective on where the harvest occurred, over the 10 years of the monitoring project, as shown in the blue and brown or red, whatever that middle color is, about 85% of the documented subsistence harvest occurred in either 2C or 3A, and about 15% over in the other regions. Now that slice for the other areas has progressively declined since about 2006, 2007, and as I mentioned was only 5% in 2012. That probably does not reflect an actual decline in the percentage of the actual harvest taken in those areas. The number of sharks issued for Area 4 is way down compared to the rest of the state, and as discussed in more detail in the final report, we believe that our estimates for Area 4 are now underestimates compared to Area 2C and 3A, which we have great confidence that they are reliable estimates. But Area 4 is probably underestimated now. how the subsistence harvest fits into the total removals in Alaska. Based upon the most recent data that was provided to us by the Commission, the estimate was about 42.5 million pounds net weight of halibut removals in Alaska in 2012, and the subsistence estimate of just under 700,000 pounds, which in this case also includes the retention and the CDQ fisheries in areas 4C through for 4E, was 1.7% of that total removal. And that has ranged between 1% and 2% over the 10 years of the monitoring program. Subsistence harvest by area ranged from a high of about 8.6% of total removals in Area 2C to a low of 0.2% in Area 3B. One thing that we've done in recent years in the report is taken a look at shark renewal patterns. If you obtain a shark as a resident of a rural Alaska community, you must renew that shark every 2 years. If you've obtained one through as being a tribal member, you must renew every 4 years. Just under 22,000 people have obtained sharks over the 10 years of the program, and of those, 54% were no longer valid, had basically expired and weren't renewed in 2012, and that included 42% of shark card holders that had indicated subsistence fishing for halibut at least once during the years that their shark was valid. We found through this analysis that individuals who had not renewed their sharks were more likely than active sharks in 2012 to have not responded to the survey, to have not fished, and to have had lower harvests. And just to show a bit of detail there, the blue is expired shark card holders, and red is sharks that were active in 2012. So 24% of all the sharks that have not been renewed, we never got a response back from them to any of the surveys that were mailed. And of those responses that we did get back, 26% had never fished, compared to only 8% of those that have active sharks now. And those, again, with active sharks in 2012, generally reported larger harvests as well. But nevertheless, one of the take-home messages here is that we do have evidence that people who have fished in the fishery have not renewed sharks. So, concluding, for the 10th year, we do believe that the project in year 10 was generally a success. We got good to very good response rates for most areas and for all of the larger communities. And we believe we have an overall reliable harvest estimate for the state. We can now discern, after 10 years, some general patterns in the fishery since the new regulations came into effect in 2003, which I've just gone over. The reasons for the overall decline in the subsistence harvest are likely complex, and we believe they require further investigation. They do reflect probably declines in halibut stocks, also reflect a decline in sharks issued, which might indicate lower participation in the fishery in some areas, but also probably reflects underestimates of subsistence harvest, especially in Area 4. And I think there is some concern about non-renewal of sharks, especially in certain regulatory areas and certain communities, because that will always be the primary way of documenting trends in the fishery. We conclude the report with a few recommendations. And as I noted when I began, the study won't be conducted to estimate subsistence harvest for 2013. But what we did list is some other suggestions, recommendations about other kinds of studies that might be used or directed at the data we've already collected that could inform a future harvest assessment project when that comes back into play. Now, over the 10 years of the project, we have over 77,000 survey responses. It's a really good data set. And one thing that could be done with that data set is further analysis in what we call a patterns and trends study. We have, in the Division of Subsistence, looked at where we can link the same harvesters over a series of years, such as in Northwest Alaska for salmon, the subsistence salmon fishery, and in Norton Sound subsistence salmon fishery. We have looked at harvest trends at a household or individual level over a certain time period to see ups and downs or steady harvest rates, and try to link those changes in harvest to changing household circumstances, changes in the fishery itself, changes in economic situations in those communities. And that could be done with this data set for halibut. Usually a patterns and trends project also will select a subset, a random sample of those participants, go back to their homes, or it could be done probably through the mail too, and review their harvest history with them to understand more about their participation rates. And for this fishery, we could probably learn more about renewal patterns, why certain shark holders did not renew, why they didn't fish in certain years, their gear choice, and so forth. We have some information about this, but learning more about this could probably help us in the future if a redesign of a harvest monitoring program was requested. Secondly, ethnographic research in the subsistence halibut fishery in Alaska is really needed. And this would be to investigate fishing patterns, the effects of the regulatory changes that came into effect in 2003, shark renewal patterns, reasons for the documented decline in the subsistence harvests over these 10 years. We have really limited information about this, and there's only certain things we can learn through the survey. But getting out into certain communities and talking to people about how things are going would be extremely informative and we think necessary for understanding what's happening with the subsistence fishery in Alaska. Considering some in-season monitoring in selected communities is another option. The Division of Subsistence, at the recommendation of the Commission and the Council, did conduct in-season monitoring of the subsistence fishery in the two largest eligible communities, Kodiak and Sitka, in 2006, and provided a report and overview on that. We generally found pretty good but not perfect correspondence between estimates through the in-season project, which of course was with a much smaller sample of participants than we get from the mail-out. But it built confidence that the mail-out survey was providing us with a reasonable estimate, at least in those two communities, which are the largest ones. But doing that in other smaller communities or mid-sized places would probably be quite informative. The price tag there, of course, is not small, depending upon just what the objectives are. Definitely continuing and expanding outreach to encourage obtaining and renewing sharks is necessary, whether that's done by ADF&G or the National Marine Fisheries Service or tribal governments or all the above, which is best, doesn't matter, but that continued outreach is absolutely essential regardless of whether harvest monitoring continues. But we do recommend that based upon results of what we've learned so far, any further studies along what I've just outlined reveal that at some point in the future, harvest monitoring of the subsistence fishery should resume. And with that, I will just remind everybody that for more information, the full report is at the Division of Subsistence website, which can't be read on the screen, but anybody who wants to go there, just see me, and it's technical paper 388, not 378 is on the screen. It's 388. But also call us or write us, or you can also contact the National Marine Fisheries Service RAM Division for more information. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for Don?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Fall. In your report, you mentioned Area 4C D&E subsistence possibly played a significant harvest level. In Figure 2, I don't notice any 4C D&E communities listed as. Where would that harvest show up in that graph?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lane, there are in the report several tables that show harvests by community, and they're in the, let's see, let me find it. It's Table 4 in the full report. Yeah, I don't think you have that in your briefing area. So we give details for each eligible community, each rural community, each tribe, and then we also summarize the data by community of residence, which cross-cuts shark type. So that information is available in the full report for every community that participates.
Thank you. Bob?
Yeah, Dr. Falls, good to see you. You always make a presentation that's understandable, and I like your graphics that you put together.
Thank you.
I have an observation and question on 14, graph 14. It shows a 30% reduction in, I am going to assume the word is, I'm going to use a success rate of catching halibut in the subsistence in 2C from 2004 to 2011, and then a sort of a stabilizing for the last 2 years that you have information for. And that kind of tracks with what our surveys are showing. And but I'm wondering, when you have these 70% correspondence, do the people talk about their success rate and the lack of potential fish on the grounds in 3A and 2C?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Halverson, generally, no, we do not get through the mailed survey a whole lot of contextual information. We don't request it if it's written on the side or people call up and offer that. We record it, but the survey isn't requesting or asking or soliciting additional information. So we don't have any kind of systematic investigation of reasons for an individual household's or change from year to year.
Okay. And then I forgot, but it says 78% of the harvest is taken with set line gear. Could you review I know there's restrictions on that, and could you explain those?
Sure. For set lines for most of the state, it's a maximum of 30 hooks. In some of the western areas, there is no hook limit, and I believe in some areas, maybe the Sitka Lamp, in southeastern 2C, there might be a lower hook limit. But for the most part, it's a set line with up to 30 hooks. And the most frequently used number of hooks that's reported on the survey is indeed 30. Most people choose to use the maximum allowed.
Thank you.
Just a very brief question, Jim, for you. The recommendations who are they directed to? Because I don't think they're directed at us, right?
Mr. Pearson, they're directed right now to the world. And
plea for help. Okay.
Yeah, we'd love to hear back from anybody who would like to collaborate, and especially any organization that might be interested in providing some funding for any or all of these projects. And I'm mentioning it here in part because it's an appropriate place to bring it up. But if we do move forward with any of these ideas, we'll probably be contacting the Commission staff with some details on what we're proposing and requesting a letter of support. So stay tuned on that.
So I just want to be clear. So the Department of Fish and Game is not just temporarily, but permanently no longer funding some of the work you're doing? Is that correct to say?
The funding for the project, as I'm reporting it here, is not from the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game. It's from a grant from the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
And we just got our budget yesterday, so we don't know what's in it. Bruce.
Jim, just for information purposes, what is the budget for the survey?
Last year, the total budget was $129,000. That included the 14% overhead that the state charges. So we did the project with the 3 mailings, the outreach, and the cooperative agreements with the 5 tribes, plus the analysis, the report preparation and printing for a little over $100,000. Thank you.
Alaska State Trooper, Wildlife Troopers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Chris Barrows, and I am a commander in the United States Coast Guard and stationed in Juneau, Alaska at the 17th Coast Guard District, which is responsible for at-sea fisheries enforcement for all of Alaska. So I'll be presenting on the IPHC areas that the Coast Guard enforces in the Alaska region. And due to the high regional and international interest in IFQ fishery, halibut fisheries, and the broadening of that into other sectors as well, Coast Guard places a high priority on at-sea enforcement of regulations associated with these fisheries, even during periods of federal sequestration, which we went through this year. So I'll have a little bit more information on how that affected our results. All right. So I'd like to briefly outline first what the U.S. Coast Guard attempts to accomplish in our law enforcement efforts, where our goal is to evaluate at-sea fishing operations across all sectors to help ensure a level playing field between participants and to reinforce a responsible harvest ethic. We attempt to accomplish these goals through visible patrols on the water and direct interaction with fisheries participants in both to detect violations and to deter noncompliance, with the hopeful end state of helping to set a consistent high level of at-sea compliance with fisheries management regulations. We do this through a mixture of aircraft and cutter patrols that are an important component of promoting compliance. And we organize these patrols through throughout the season through the implementation of an operation that we call Operation Alaskan Sentinel. And this organizes the focus of U.S. Coast Guard at-sea law enforcement efforts in both the halibut and the sablefish fisheries. In implementing Alaskan Sentinel, we focus on 2 primary principles: fostering productive partnerships and striving for effective presence. To help ensure that our unit crews and boarding teams are being effective, all units in fisheries enforcement receive training from the Coast Guard's North Pacific Regional Fisheries Training Center in Kodiak. NOAA fisheries agents and Alaska state fisheries enforcement officials routinely participate in helping to provide that training to our boarding teams. And we also invite them and encourage them to ride on cutters and aircraft during some of our fisheries enforcement patrols, which they do. And the effectiveness of our program, we think, is highly dependent on this partnership that we have with both our federal partners and with our state partners. I'd also like to quickly mention the role that we play in the fisheries management process. Coast Guard is a non-voting member on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and involvement in that council process is one to provide advice on both enforcement and safety matters related to management decisions that are coming before the council. I'll note that we hold a strict policy not to or to stay neutral on allocation decisions and focus our efforts on the enforcement and the safety components of management considerations. Sighting information that is obtained from our aircraft, and this is one example of a photo that we received from one of our aircraft sightings, helps to ensure that quota holders for the area being fished are on board the vessel. We communicate with the participants on the radio and get that information, and we make this sighting information available to our enforcement partners so that they can use it in any investigations or evaluations that they conduct. So other than that, from our aircraft sightings help with targeting of our at-sea boarding component from our vessels. And that's a necessary component because in all of Alaska fisheries, the largest enforcement effort that we have that is not provided with any assist with information of where those harvests are taking place through VMS or vessel monitoring systems or other types of electronic systems is largely in the IFQ component and the halibut fisheries in general. So the aircraft helps support our cutter needs in targeting to help make sure that our at-sea patrols are being as efficient and utilizing fuel as efficiently as possible. Our cutter boardings at sea review and look at the quota shareholders on board the vessel. We do look at and coordinate with NOAA to make sure that those quota holders have sufficient quota to cover the catch that's on board the vessel at the time of our boarding. We look at bycatch standards, careful release standards, size limits, log books and gear markings. We look at seaboard avoidance compliance for especially in the longline fishery. We also enforce closed area regulations, and that's particularly related to some of the stellar sea lion rookeries, which is a component of other fisheries, but it's in other regulations. But some of the participants may have some interactions in those areas as well. And then we also document and report areas fished for the boardings that we take place. So this slide provides an overview of the Coast Guard's IFQ, and it's a little bit mislabeled because it actually includes the charter and sport halibut boarding and violations rates over the last 5 years. And it's impossible not to notice the steep declining boarding efforts across areas 2C, 3, and 4. I pointed the same trend out last year and briefed you that we were going to try to attempt to change this around. But unfortunately, the before-mentioned government sequestration budget issues hit us hard with respect to the availability that we had for patrol resources, fuel, and maintenance costs. So as was expected, that impact had a pretty good effect on our fisheries enforcement efforts, but I'm happy to report that we did at least have some measure of presence out on the grounds, and that's what's captured in the far right component there. About 150 boardings across areas 2C, 3, and 4, and that resulted in 8 detected violations, and I'll go through a breakdown of that in the next couple of slides. One other reason that overall boarding numbers are down is the fact that we've made a conscious effort to spread our enforcement effort not just with the commercial fleet, but also focusing on the recreational and subsistence and charter fleet as well. And that's been happening in the last couple of years. And part of the result of that is that there's an increased spatial approach to the participants that we have to, or that we're looking at trying to cover. So it's a little bit less effective in terms of efficiency of our boarding for our boarding numbers, but we do feel that it's an appropriate step to take to make sure that we're providing some enforcement presence across all the sectors. So next I'll quickly touch on some of the finer details on boardings and violations by region. There we go. So first, Area 2C, we had 114 boardings, and the mix of those across the sectors are as identified. And we had 4 violations, 2 in the commercial sector and 2 in the recreational and subsistence sector. The commercial violations were for unsafe release methods and fishing without required federal permit. And the subsistence violations that we detected were for violations of subsistence halibut regulations for fishing with too many hooks, and also for being assisted by a person that did not have a subsistence permit. Let's see there. So for Area 3A, we didn't have any violations that we detected, and our boarding numbers were pretty low. 3B, we also had pretty low boarding numbers, 4 boardings on the commercial fleet and no violations detected. And my clicker is not working. There we go. I just need to be patient. But we had a lot more effort than we have had historically in Area 4 across all 4A, B, C, D, and E. 29 commercial 29 commercial boardings with 4 violations. These violations were for things along the nature of failure to maintain catch reports, failure to properly mark gear buoys, and lack of a federal fishing permit in 2 instances. So in all these cases, the Coast Guard provides our case package and provides the results of our boardings and our suspected violations that we detect to the Office of Law Enforcement in NOAA, and then they conduct further investigations and take those cases further if that's warranted. So I'd just like to also point out that we, in this area, we made a significant effort the last couple of years before we put some enforcement effort here, talking to different communities about safety requirements that are required, which are federal maritime safety requirements for really that help to lessen the risk of participants being in a search and rescue case. And I'm happy to report that we had really good interaction, particularly with the communities around Norton Sound and Area 4E. When we sent enforcement assets up there, we did have a couple of boardings, even though that's not it's not completely identified here in the recreational and subsistence, but across some of the fleets where those participants, our boardings didn't necessarily take place while those participants were in the halibut fishery, but the safety component that they have to provide is consistent across all of the type of fisheries that they do. So that's why I wanted to mention that. And the fact that we have increased safety compliance there is a good thing from a halibut fishery standpoint as well. So next I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I know on the first day, I believe, Claude Dijkstra of the IPHC staff provided some description of an expansion of survey locations for 2014 and beyond. And he provided these proposals to the Coast Guard in December and allowed us to take a look at them both from an enforcement and a safety standpoint. And we do have a couple of comments. And I know this is on the agenda for later, but since I have the floor now, I'd just like to provide what those comments are and so that they can be taken into consideration. First, I'll comment with what's not on the slide, and that's in the safety standpoint. And this is from a vessel interaction association, and we have 2 main comments. In Valdez, if it's desired, there's a survey location that is right smack dab in the middle of Valdez Arm and Narrows, and so our request would be for the IPH staff or or the survey vessel, if they could set up a procedure which they notify the Coast Guard Valdez Vessel Traffic Service when the gear is being set and retrieved, and the Vessel Traffic Service can then provide that notice to other users in the waterway and make them aware of that. And I think that would provide some good deconfliction in that particular area. For Unimac Pass is the other area of concern with vessel traffic. And these set locations are being evaluated in relationship to the safety fairway. And our initial analysis identified that there's a couple of proposed sets that could really, that are right in the middle of the traffic separation scheme in the safety fairway. And our recommendation would be to move those outside of the safety fairway limits. But if they need to be there, then well, it's harder to provide notice to the mariners that traffic that area as it is. It's much easier in the Valdez component because there's a smaller component of vessel traffic. So that would be our strong recommendation, is just to take those couple areas in the Unimac Pass and move them just outside the fairway limits. So from an enforcement perspective, this is in a completely different area along the U.S.-Russian maritime boundary line. Unless there's a scientific reason for those two locations that are outlined in the red box there to be that close to the maritime boundary line, then we would recommend moving them off the maritime boundary line, just so that we maintain a perception of not closing on the line for our Russian colleagues. And that is not as strong as a recommendation as our Unimac Pass recommendation. We do have a very good cooperative relationship with the Russian border guard, and we share information and dialogue on a daily basis. So we can certainly, well, and regardless of where those set locations are, we could let them know that the U.S. and the IPHC has survey locations for a time and a period, so that they're made aware of that. But if we can back those two particular spots off, just to have a little bit more of a grace area there, then that might signal the right message to the Russians. So that's the main focus of my presentation. I have one last picture, which is the new fast response cutter that we should be getting here in the Alaska region. We have two of them that are paid for by Congress, and they are scheduled to be delivered in 2016. I feel very fortunate that we have 6 patrol boats that are assigned to the Alaska region, and all 6 patrol boats are scheduled to be replaced by a fast response cutter, which I think is important to have a one-for-one replacement, because even though they're more capable ships and they have greater seakeeping availability, they can still only be in one location at one time. So I think it's better for us to be able to maintain that. I'm happy to report that that's the current plan, and again, the first 2 will be delivered, and they'll be home ported in Ketchikan in 2016 is the schedule for that. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to my NOAA enforcement colleague, and then we'll take questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ron Antea. I'm with the National Marine Fisheries Service Office for Law Enforcement in Juneau, Alaska. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm just going to go through my report, which has been presented to you, I believe, at tab 6.7.2. And I will take questions anytime that you have them. So the Alaska Enforcement Division has basically two different types of employees. We have uniformed enforcement officers and non-uniformed special agent investigators, which we work in concert with our partners, the U.S. Coast Guard and the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. We currently have 10 enforcement officers in the field and 7 field investigators. It's our hope to recruit and hire 7 supervisory enforcement officers this year, and maybe as many as 6 field officers. We use that personnel to accomplish our enforcement mission by basically doing 3 different things: compliance assistance, patrol monitoring and inspections, and conducting investigations. So in fiscal year 2013, we invested a little over 2,200 hours in compliance assistance. Compliance assistance is anything from talking to a member of the regulated community on the phone, meeting them on the dock or someplace like that, and also going to shows. We go to the Maritime Pacific Maritime Expo here in Seattle, the Alaska State Fair. We staff booths, we answer questions, we give out a bunch of literature. I think the most effective outreach, compliance assistance and outreach that we do is by far and away when we're in the field, we're boarding vessels, talking to fishermen and processors in their environment and answering questions that they have at that time and place that are relevant to their particular situation. As I say, we conduct a patrol monitoring and inspection. Basically, we board boats at sea and dockside, and we inspect processing plants, custom processors, registered buyers, tenders, things of that nature. This last fiscal year, we invested a little over 3,500 hours in conducting patrols. That's down from 2012. In 2012, we invested almost 2,000 hours more. The one thing that isn't really broken out in that number of 3,500 hours that we spent doing patrols is the amount of compliance assistance that we do within those patrols. So when our employees code their time, they're lumpers and not splitters. So they'll lump it all as a patrol and they won't split it up. So the one thing that we do capture, I think, fairly accurately is the number of inspections that we conduct in all fisheries, but I've presented in my written report the inspections in the halibut specific fisheries. And you can see there in the first table in the report on the far right, the numbers for 2013. I provided the numbers for 2011 and 2012 as well for you to compare if you like. We conducted in the subsistence halibut fishery 19 vessel inspections and discovered 12 violations this year. In the commercial halibut fishing vessel, IFQ halibut fishing vessels, we conducted 465 vessel inspections and discovered 104 violations, documented them. In the charter halibut fishing vessel sector, we conducted 32 inspections and documented 4 violations. In the sport halibut fishing vessel sector, 114 at sea and dockside boardings, documented 14 violations, and we conducted a total of 10 full audits of IFQ buyers and processors and documented 5 violations. So the total number for 2013, 640 inspections conducted, 139 violations discovered and documented during the inspections. So significantly more, in fact, almost twice as many as the previous year, 2012. That's primarily because we had 2 additional officers that we were able to field in 2013. In 2012, they were really in a training mode. Those 2 additional officers, when they became fully trained and qualified, they work out of the ports of Seward, Alaska and Homer, Alaska, which are 2 very busy halibut ports. So just by having those 2 extra people on the ground in those ports, they were able to conduct that many more vessel inspections. We also conduct a lot of investigations. This is probably where the bulk of our time is spent. In 2013, we opened up about 596 cases, documenting about 1,042 violations. Of those 1,042 violations, about 300 of them, or 30%, were halibut related. This compares to fewer number of cases in 2012, 439, and fewer number of violations, about 802 violations. But the percentage of violations attributed to halibut were about the same, 30%. Moving on to halibut violations as a whole, the numbers that I just presented to you previously were violations that were discovered during vessel inspections and boardings. The halibut violations that are presented in the next table are total violations. So in 2013, we documented 37 subsistence halibut fishing violations. Some examples of these violations were unqualified people applied for and received a shark, which Dr. Fall explained earlier, improperly marked buoys, fishing for subsistence halibut without a shark, fishing with too many hooks, the unlawful sale of or attempted unlawful sale of subsistence halibut, and exceeding bag and possession limits. We documented 176 commercial IFQ halibut or CDQ violations. There were only 10 IFQ halibut overages in 2013. There were 24 last year, 31 the year before that, and 41 in 2010. This compares to when we started the IFQ fishery in Alaska in 1995. There were several hundred IFQ overages, so it's really come down. This year we were able to discard, we documented the discarding of legal-sized halibut when folks were required to retain it, commonly referred to as high grading, and that is a direct result of the increased observer coverage that came into effect in 2013. We didn't have that information that we could verify previously. With observers on board, we're able to obviously verify that information. We documented Area 4 clearance violations, record keeping and reporting violations. We take this very seriously. As you all well know, I don't have to tell you, much of management decisions are based on data. Data is obtained through record keeping and reporting. So we spend a lot of time looking at catch records, fish tickets, logbooks, things of this nature. We documented gear marking violations in the commercial sector, undersized halibut, filleting, mutilating halibut on board the vessels, hired skipper and permit holder violations, vessel cap overages, and misreporting IFQ area fished. We documented 47 charter halibut fishing violations, logbook violations, filleting, mutilating, and skinning on board, exceeding bagger possession limits, and fishing without a valid charter halibut permit. As you well know, charter halibut fishing in Alaska is now a limited entry enterprise. Documented 18 sport halibut fishing violations, bagger possession limit, filleting, mutilating, or skinning on board, and the sale or attempted sale of sport caught halibut, and other halibut related violations, 26. That's basically failure to carefully release halibut and the other longline fisheries, cod, things of that nature. Total of 304 violations, halibut related violations documented. Just a quick word about VMS. There were a total of 86 unique vessels this year that completed 257 halibut trips in Area 4 that required a clearance. 64 of those vessels used a VMS, a vessel monitoring system. The other 22 got physical clearances. It's been our preference, meaning Office for Law Enforcement, to move to VMS requirement for vessels that fish out in that area. At this point, though, there's not sufficient data to indicate that it's probably worth imposing that on the 22 remaining vessels that aren't using it. So it's not an issue that we're pushing forward at this time. That concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Nothing from Alaska Wildlife Troopers at this time. Should we finish this first?
I can go ahead.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Will House. I'm with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. I'm stationed in Kodiak, Alaska, and our enforcement efforts mirror much of what our federal partners do, and I want to highlight that we take a whole government approach to how we prosecute our fisheries up in Alaska, and there's a considerable sharing of information and coordination of our enforcement efforts. So I just wanted to sort of set that foundation. We work very closely together, and we actually use the Fishery Training Center in Kodiak as a good point to focus our efforts there. I'm stationed in Kodiak. National Marine Fisheries Service has a big office there, and all the Coast Guard cutters do most of the patrols all come through Kodiak. So that's an excellent point to get together, share information, and also to share best practices in our enforcement actions with the school there, so that can be shared and communicated to other boarding officers. And in fact, at the end of February, we're going to be holding a training for our public safety technicians. I'll talk a little bit later, where we're going to use both Coast Guard, NOAA OLE, and trooper trainers to go ahead and present that from a joint aspect. Because we do use these public safety technicians and troopers in both federal and state monitored fisheries. So to pick up with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, we have 97 sworn officers, and it's basically remained unchanged for the last several years. One change that occurred since last year is before we used to have five regions within Alaska that the troopers worked. That is now 4, with the significant change being the consolidation of the Kenai Peninsula, which have been in Area 2C as far as Lower Cook Inlet and Prince William Sound. That is now brought into what we call B detachment, or just South Central Alaska, commanded out of Palmer. So that was one significant change there. And then over the last 2 years, we've had a joint enforcement agreement with no OLE, and it's went under some significant changes. Historically, the Trooper Supplemented Commission Trooper Patrols with 14 civilian public safety technicians. These positions were primarily funded by the JEA. Currently, the JEA not only funds 3 of those public safety technician positions. We have incorporated some of those that were out there before as state funded, but with that state funding, they're going to be also focused on other state enforcement priorities too, whereas before, under the JEA, it was more directed towards federal fisheries enforcement priorities. Those PSTs will conduct dockside monitoring and inspections of commercial fish offloads. They'll monitor for both state and federal regulatory requirements, but they're not commissioned to take any law enforcement action. Anything they discover in the course of their duties will either be reported to the troopers or to one of the no OLE enforcement officers. Historically, as far as halibut enforcement, AWT has enforced both commercial, sport, and subsistence halibut fisheries through vessel patrols, dockside monitoring, and other investigative processes, and that could be undercover operations or, working through some joint efforts with no OLE. We conduct boardings at sea for all 3 halibut fisheries, mostly checking, again, for proper licenses, registration, logbook size, and limit restrictions. Logbook and accuracy of catch reports. Again, the PSTs are primarily resourced and used to monitor the commercial fish offloads. With restructuring of the JEA, an increased effort was made to monitor sport fish offloads with AWT troopers, particularly focusing on halibut charter enforcement. So that's one of the significant changes that's been implemented with the new JEA. So we will be dedicating more troopers to doing dockside enforcement, or as the past, we did most of that through the vessels. We are going to do more through the JEA agreement now, working with dockside enforcement. And just, there is a breakdown of our enforcement activity in the report, but I'll highlight sort of the aggregate of the 3 regions I talked about. For 2013, we dedicated 2,068 trooper man-hours for halibut enforcement. They made 4,887, almost 5,000 contacts. 91 warnings were issued from those enforcement contacts and 87 citations, and then we also referred 3 violations over to no OLE. And that concludes my presentation, subject to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be some. So, Michael.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks to all of you for your presentation. First, I just want to state for the record that should a decision be made, and I emphasize should a decision be made to expand the surveys out to the border with Russia, Canada will take no responsibility for any incidents that occur. But Chris and I are friends, so we can have let me know ahead of time just in case I need to tell my Foreign Affairs Department. A couple of questions too, and it's not really directed specifically, but so any of you could answer. But I am interested in us as having just said anybody can answer. I do think it's particularly at the Coast Guard, but at the federal level. But I'm sure at Alaska probably the same. So when you reduce resources, or when you have reduced resources, what is your strategy for prioritizing your work, or your approach, or your patrols, or what kind of, I know obviously there's some obvious answers to that question about you use intelligence, etc., but just as a general approach, what's your strategy, and what do you see looking ahead, knowing that there may be further restrictions? How do you go about making decisions on how to prioritize your work? So that's one question. The second one is the picture that you had, Chris, about the air surveillance, the air photo, and what kind of links do you use between air surveillance and boarding and inspections? Dave, much more experienced, obviously, than I am. Well, experienced, unlike me, in fishing activity or being a fisherman. Made a comment to me just privately about the size of those halibut, and they look like they may be right on the margin of whether they're undersized or not. So, do you use? Is there sort of real-time conversations between the guys taking the photos and the vessels, et cetera, that sort of say, you better check this out? I mean, so I'm just curious about, as a general, not this issue specifically, but just as a general rule, how does that work? And then thirdly, we, as you know, had a presentation on changes to observer coverage in the Alaska area, and I noticed it was the Alaska report, one violation for no observer aboard. Is there a strategy, or based on the changes to observer coverage that are going to be taking place, have already started and continue to take place, do you kind of develop an enforcement strategy about how to verify based on the information you've been given about random observers to sort of go out, not target, but what the right word is, to sort of verify the vessels that are supposed to have observers? Or is there any connections that are made? I'm just using that one specific example. There may be other ones as well. I.e., what links, if any, are there between the changes to observer coverage and any kind of enforcement activity that you follow? Those are my questions. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. So I'll start with the first question first, which is the work priority and how we try to focus our efforts during times when our budgets are low. I guess I'm happy to report that we did receive, much like NOAA, we did receive our budget or some information on our budget yesterday, and things are looking up for 2014. We've taken the reins off, so to speak, in terms of our the expectation that we have in terms of applying enforcement hours and at-sea hours, both from aircraft and a cutter perspective on the water. But I think it is an important question and one that we had to wrestle with. The Coast Guard has 11 statutory missions that cover a number of different civil and defense maritime-related activities. So our priority in terms of Coast Guard operations are first and foremost search and rescue and maritime safety at sea. And then that covers a couple of different missions and activities that we have, both from an actual search and rescue case standpoint and also trying to prevent search and rescue cases on the waters. And there's a connection there also to maintaining aids to navigation and things like that. Another priority that we have is the prevention work associated with marine environmental protection and oil spills and things like that. So for 2013, search and rescue, maritime safety, marine environmental protection, those types of activities and missions received a higher level of focus for the limited resources that we had as opposed to our law enforcement missions and some of our other missions. That said, we did not ignore those missions where we could apply some of our limited resources. And so I think this gets to the part of your question on how we did that. One example of that is focusing our efforts to try to allow them to have a coordinated approach, maybe even more than we do normally, even though it's a high priority in terms of how we organize our efforts at sea. This kind of gets to some of the second and the third question, really, which was the link between the air and the boardings. It's very important for us to try to identify efficiencies where we can, and that link between our air observations, our air detections and interactions with participants, and also then our follow-up at sea boarding presence and shipboard presence is a direct link, and it's a conscious link that we make. We have sighting reports that go almost near real time. If an aircraft is not working directly for a cutter, that's near real time. It is real time if that aircraft is actually working in direct support of that cutter and they pass the information, for example, what they see on deck. This particular picture, the application of it is there was actually a film sequence that went along with watching the haulback of this, so that we can see the release of smaller fish or in release of other, and then in other fisheries that's also something that's taken into account and something that's observable in the air that can be passed. So going back to the work priority, at the end of the season in November 7th, we had a pulse operation because of the limited nature of the resources that we had, and we focused, we had a district-wide focus on policing the closure, basically, within the U.S. zone for a couple days beforehand, or several days, about a week beforehand, and then for several days afterwards to make sure that there was, those basic regulations associated with the closure were being complied with across the region. So we use those types of tactics to try to make our efficiency as best as possible. So other links that we have between our air and boardings is, I mentioned a direct link when the cutters are working the aircraft are working for the cutters, but we also document all of our sightings any interaction that we have with the fishing participants, and we have a database that those reports go into. So cutters can query that database. They can see what type of interactions have occurred from an air standpoint and what kind of questions or responses to questions existed, and then they can use that to help with their boarding targets or their boarding. If they have several boardings, they can only do, if they're only doing one at a time or two at a time, then they can use those types of that database to help identify where their effort may be most efficiently and effectively applied. There's a partnership with Observer Coverage that we do maintain. We have direct and daily reports from the Science Center here in Seattle that provides us information on where the observers are deployed throughout the fleet. So we have a daily database that we can query when our aircraft and our cutters go on board. If they have observers on board, or even if they don't, they're able to query this database and identify whether that's in accordance with the observer plan that is being implemented by the Science Center. And so, well, I think I'll stop there for that. I think that's the most appropriate association to make in terms of the observer coverage. But if you have anything more to add.
Mr. Chair, yes, actually my answers are radically different. As you know or may not know, in Alaska, IFQ halibut and sablefish monitoring and enforcement and management, those costs are passed along to the fleet. So this year, we didn't have any reduced resources for the enforcement of halibut. And in fact, you can see in our boarding numbers and the number of violations that we documented jumped dramatically. They doubled. We kept our nose to the grindstone. It was, for us, for halibut enforcement, it was business as usual, quite simply. So to answer your second question, there is a connection also between the Coast Guard aerial assets and their at-sea assets and our people on the ground. Very regularly, while the U.S. Coast Guard has aircraft out flying, if they see something that they believe needs to be followed up on, they will go through their command center and they'll contact us directly and say, hey, we have this boat at this location. They said that their last port was such and such a place. Their next port of call will be such and such a place. Can you please meet the boat and inspect it? And we do that. It happens quite regularly, actually. And as far as the links between observers and the actual enforcement, we have the Alaska Enforcement Division has 2 employees that are specifically detailed to the observer program. One of them is a contractor. She's at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in Seattle, and she's there every day. She gets the briefings every day. She knows where every observer's at. She knows she's one of the first people to know when vessels are selected for observer coverage, and she passes that information to our people in the field that day. We also have an agent that's dedicated specifically to observer issues. That's all he does, all day, every day. He monitors where the observers are at, what boats they're supposed to be on. When they're coming off the boats, they're being debriefed, and if there are problems or allegations of violations, he sorts through those on a daily basis. You're welcome.
And I just have one follow-up comment, if I may. I just because I think it potentially is confusing, and just to try to clarify that, the Coast Guard doesn't receive funds associated with or that my colleague mentioned in terms of capturing of funds from the fleet for the enforcement aspect. Our budget processes are separate and distinct from that, and so there's no association there.
Bob first.
Commander Burrows and Ron, the question is to you, and it has to do with the careful release violations you mentioned. You mentioned some 20, Commander, in one of the areas, and our fleet is beginning to has been telling me that they've seen the increased amount of broken jaws and injured fish when they start the season in March, and I also have a feeling that the directed halibut fishery is not as careful as it used to be in release during their IFQ fishery. So the violations you're seeing, I'm going to guess are pretty hard to catch these guys unless you're right there at the time. So are you seeing horning at the roller, the speed of the gear, or the hook violation and going through the hook stripper? What is the nature of the violation that you're seeing on these release violations?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, I'll start with, if you don't mind. So the number of violations that we documented for failure to carefully release has remained fairly steady over the last few years. Those are documented almost exclusively by the observers. It's very, very rare for us. We do have vessels. It's very rare for us to actually catch somebody doing that. It happens almost, like as I say, almost exclusively, and it's documented by observers. In terms of you mentioning maybe people in the directed halibut fishery are not releasing fish as carefully as they should be, that also, prior to this year, is something that we've heard. We've never been able to verify, but once again, with the increased observer coverage, we have gotten those reports, and they're verifiable now with the observers on board.
I'll just follow on to echo that. There is a great degree of coordination and interaction with the observers on board. We make from a Coast Guard standpoint, we make a specific point of talking to the observers and trying to capture in an appropriate way their perceptions of their time on board to try to identify just these types of things. And we'll also make a particular point of watching a haulback come back. And sometimes it's obvious that there's a green crew member that's been, hasn't been doing it for a while, and we'll make that observation to the master, and he'll probably, and there's been a couple of cases where they've confirmed that, and they've also confirmed that they're trying to work with this guy and to increase his skills level and things like that. There have been a couple of times where it's just ambivalence, and it's a perfectly skilled a rail worker, and the master, having that communication with the master, we have felt has helped to identify that this is something that's important and something that the master needs to take an appropriate, more appropriate stance on in terms of monitoring the crew. So those types of interactions and those types of anecdotal types of conversations have been reported back from our boarding teams. We have heard some of the similar things that my colleague has mentioned in terms of increases of these types of potential violations, and we've made a point to emphasize to our boarding teams to pay particular attention to this and try to encourage these types of conversations from a preventative standpoint.
Yeah, my question goes back to the NOAA report on page 2. There's a table that talks about halibut-related inspections for the last 3 years, and I was wondering if you had any comments or views on the observation of the subsistence fishery that seems to be, for the number of inspections, there's a pretty high percentage of violations during the inspections. And secondly, on the commercial halibut fishing vessel, in comparison to 2011 and 2012, 2013 seems to have an increase in violations discovered on an inspection as well. Just wondering if you had any views on that.
Yes, thank you for asking the question. So the subsistence halibut fishery, yes, there does seem to be a higher level of violations per inspection. I think a lot of it goes back to what Dr. Fall was talking about earlier, the level of education and outreach and compliance assistance. That's one sector that we have a more difficult time with doing the outreach and the compliance assistance with, because we're not going to go to somebody's home and knock on their door and say, hey, by the way, I see you have a shark card. Here's the regs. Can I explain them to you? Typically what we would do is we'd set up a booth in Sitka or Kodiak or another rural community when there's another event ongoing, a boat show or something of that nature, and we'll answer questions and we'll provide information. It's been my experience that most people that pursue this fishery don't typically come to us and ask those questions. So we make the information available as much as we possibly can, and of course this could be a result. I will say that in this fishery, as in all the fisheries we enforce, we obviously want to go
we want to go to a compliance assistance role to begin with. So more often than not, the violations that we document are first-time offenders, and it's more often than not it's a verbal warning. For example, if I contact a fisherman and they're subsistence fishing and they don't have one of these sharks, it's a verbal warning. I'll give them an application and say, it's a free permit. All you have to do is fill this thing out and send it in. We'll send you a permit. Doesn't cost you any money. Costs you a few minutes of your time. Please do it. And more often than not, that's all it really takes to get compliance. And your second question was on the IFQ violations. You know, I can't explain why the number of violations went up this year. Certainly there have been no radical regulatory changes in the halibut IFQ fishery. It could be that we're more observant this year than we were the previous years. I really can't explain that. This, once again, the number of violations runs the gamut, everything from buoy markings, logbook violations, hiding fish, the whole thing. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to break out how many individual violations were numbers for each type of violation. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thanks.
First a comment and then a question is I encourage you to continue on with your careful release interest. I'm a long-time commercial fisherman, and you know, deckhands can be taught, and it starts in the pilot house. I've done surveys for a long time, and we have the survey protocol requires careful release of all species, and we've learned some skills that we didn't even know we had. So, and I'd also like to thank the Coast Guard for your service. There's been many times when I've been on surveys way offshore on those days where you just feel paranoid, and there's just something comforting about a Coast Guard cutter chugging by that it's nice to see. So the question is to the NIMS officer. On table, the one with the halibut-related inspections, and I'm going to make a couple assumptions, and you can correct me. Because NIMS is a national agency operating on all our coasts, I'm assuming that there's a inspection program in other areas with other seafood, other regulatory areas. How does this compare, this ratio of inspection violations? Is that something that you would have a sense of compared to other coasts or other types of fisheries? When you have an inspection, is this rate someplace between 10–15%? Is that fairly common?
Yeah, I can answer that question very easily. The Alaska Division of Law Enforcement has more uniformed enforcement officers than any of the other divisions nationally. And it is those uniformed officers that do the inspections primarily at sea and dockside. So historically, ever since NOAA Fisheries Office for Law Enforcement has had uniformed enforcement officers, there have been more in Alaska than any other division. Some of the other divisions didn't even have uniformed enforcement presence for quite a few number of years. So to answer your question, there is no uniform number that is available nationally, coast-wide, so you could compare the Alaska boarding numbers to, say, the Northwest or the Southwest or the Southeast. We do set milestones. The Office of Law Enforcement sets milestones every year, which is basically a target of what we think we can accomplish and that we should accomplish at a minimum to meet a minimum requirements of accomplishing our mission. We set our boarding goals quite high because we know we have the capacity. We have the uniformed enforcement officers. We have the partners that we work with. Our goals are much higher than the other divisions. Those milestones are available. I could provide those to you. I don't have those with me right now, but I could provide those to you.
More of an observation than a question, but following up on Bob's comment there. About a dozen years ago, when we were experimenting with partial observer coverage in our hook and line groundfish fisheries, I often had an observer on my boat because I was one of the vessels that took them out on a regular basis voluntarily to ground truth. Our camera system performance when it was in its developmental stages. But hook strippers or crucifiers aren't legal in 2B, so I couldn't run small fish through them if I wanted to because I didn't have one. But I just an observation on human nature. It was actually never lost on me when I was at the roller that there was a guy with a clipboard 6 feet away watching what I was doing. And so careful release of fish that had to be discarded by regulation was something that was uppermost in my mind at that time. And when the guy with the clipboard isn't standing there looking at you, though, I think human nature might take a different course. If you're really busy or stressed or the weather conditions are poor, there's some reasons why you got to get that stuff aboard really fast. And happens all the time, actually. So, thank you.
Questions? If not, thanks for a very thorough report. So we have 5 to 12. Could I ask, this would be the time for public comment on this. Is there anyone intending to make public comment on the sections this morning? So one person, perhaps we can take that and then be through this section this morning. So Mr. Farber.
Jeff Farber, I'm a 2C, I live in Sitka, halibut fisherman, mostly 2C, 3A. The last report from NIMS there wasn't available to the public to review, and there's just some things that kind of caught my eye. Hard to comment on it and provide some insights to you, but there's some things that obviously stood out, but it's really hard to comment on that. I can provide some anecdotal information from our new observer program. There's the observer program's new to the halibut fleet. A lot of the boats are pretty small, and there is, I think, still some growing pains about what the duties are of the observer, how that gets reported through NIMS, and how it comes back to you, including flaying on board or whatnot. Some of the observers are a little more seasick than they thought they would be on some of these small vessels. There's things like that going on. So just to keep you aware of it, and I think David's comments too are true. You know, always know somebody's watching or listening when I'm singing in the bathroom or something. I'm going to sing differently. So I think that's a fair enough assumption, or not sing at all. Regarding the halibut bycatch, when we went through halibut bycatch in the Gulf, and we achieved passing a 15% reduction over time. One of the things that the economic analysis didn't really have in it was sort of a projection of what halibut savings would look like through time. It had year one, both in spawning biomass and then in yield. And I think that's something that it's safe to assume that you'd see more of that over time. And just keep that in mind when you're comparing that to lost possible revenue in the groundfish fishery. Those were just kind of the two things that really stood out from the agency comments. Thanks. Questions?
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Jeff's one of our continuing volunteers in all of the systems we're developing, so I'm glad that he came up. He's a good man to work with. With that, let's take our break. I'm thinking maybe we can come back at 1:15. We were scheduled for an hour and a half. Just Michael.
Procedural point, I wanted to get the Commissioner's agreement that the discussion this afternoon on the research program and the SRB, we actually invite our two science advisors to come to the table and participate in that and be able to ask questions if necessary of Commission staff. Can we agree to that?
We certainly should have them, but I'm not sure where the SRB will sit relative to where our people. They're not here. They're on the phone? Oh, okay. Easy. Of course we'll do that. So let's try to come back at 1:15. Coming into our session 3 I don't know, but the Canadians, we had trouble finding a restaurant that would take us for lunch. We had to go to 5 places before they would let us eat. So it's a tough area to work in around here. And we had ties on, too. So we're going to go to the research program. Let me have a longer title than that. IPHC research program. And we're going to have our 2 science advisors join us as we can fit everyone at the table. So we all had ties on, but we did have a lawyer with us, so we're thinking that might have been the difference. But
Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of informational reports for you in the beginning of this, and 7.1 is just the table of contents from the Report of Assessment and Research Activities, our rather large document we produce for every year. 7.2 is a draft report of the Research Advisory Board meeting, which we had earlier in the year, and the accompanying staff report that goes along with that. We also have the annual research plan, and then a subsequent topic we can discuss is assessment-related research that the staff has also prepared. And then there are the Scientific Review Board reports. The SRB, none of the SRB members are here, but they did produce the last entry in the SRB reports was a report that they generated after our December 2013 conference call and incorporated some comments on the first 2 reports as well. So I'm open to your pleasure and how you would like to go through this, Mr. Chair.
Unless the Canadian commissioners have a different idea, lead us through as you think it works, but yeah, most sensibly.
Okay. No comments really on the table of contents for the RARA unless there were particular questions about the RARA that you wanted to raise at this time. If somebody comes up and says something is on page 212, we're going to be scrambling. Okay, section 7.2 is the Research Advisory Board report, and this is still in draft form because the members themselves have not had a chance to review this. I have some comments back on it, but it was done in November, so we had a number of other activities on our plate at that time. This is an annual meeting we have with representatives from the commercial and commercial industries and processing sector, and you'll see going through this report there are a number of issues that were raised by the members. Some of them are recurrent issues. Whale depredation seems to be a recurrent theme in almost all of our meetings. We have quite a bit of discussion about that all the time. We also talked about some issues raised in terms of flesh quality, chalky fish, again something we've seen there, prior hook injuries, all of which are ongoing processes within the staff research programs. Also from the previous meetings, there were issues of the Alaskan Observer Program, so we did share with them the draft report that was presented to the Council at its October meeting. We did present to them the thoughts that the staff had on survey expansion, which we'll also be talking about here. Snap versus fixed gear is something that the staff has been thinking about for a while. As you probably recall, all of our assessment work uses, except for 2A and 2B, uses fixed gear only because we have sufficient observations from fixed gear fleet in all of the rest of the areas to maintain a good index value. However, we will be looking this year at the potential to integrate all of the fishing gear, including snap gear, into the indices we use for monitoring the stock. This is something we haven't felt a need to do up until now, but we've just with Ian's review of the whole data process, what we've gone through and said, okay, where are some data here that we can enhance our ability to understand things, and this could be one of them. So we'll go through a process this year in conjunction with the CPUE standardization project to try to integrate the snap gear into the fixed gear across the area.
We also talked about ichthyophonus as a thing, and you'll see something come up in our discussion of our annual research proposals. There's also an issue on ichthyophonus in there. Ian reviewed some of the work on the fleets as an assessment area approach. We did talk about repeat capture of small halibut and sport discards. We also had a little bit of discussion about blood chemistry. Dave Biggs asked if there was some research on this, and I know there was some research on this in Nanaimo back in the 1970s and 1980s. We reviewed the work of the Management Strategy Advisory Board and the Management Strategy Evaluation process. Tim Lohr from our staff updated the staff on the developments on geomagnetic tags. We reviewed for them also the work that we had funded through the North Pacific Research Board on looking at an integrated study on looking at the size and age of halibut changes over the last while in conjunction with University of Alaska and National Marine Fisheries Service. We reviewed for them the length weight study we're doing as an ongoing part of our port sampling process. We had a little bit more discussion on a couple of issues that we raised with them, and one of these is on hooking success. Looking at one of the projects that's before here that Ian will be talking about or can talk about here is looking at the hooking success of all sizes of halibut on gear, and with a view to looking at selectivity of the hook for the actual gear. The other thing that was raised as part of our discussion with the Scientific Review Board was the sex composition of the commercial catch. As you know, right now we use a statistical process for taking the observations of sex at size and age from our surveys, applying that relationship to the landings of the commercial fishery, because the landings, of course, come in dressed. We don't know the sex of the landings. Ian, in reviewing the data systems this year and the influence of that, found out, in fact, that the sex ratio is a fairly influential thing. So it put a little more focus on the idea of trying to get that information with a high degree of accuracy. We had done some comparisons previously looking at a genetic method to do this, and there is some potential to do that. That would take some development work on this, but even for the sort of single nucleotide polymorphisms that we could use for that, we also have an existing method for doing this that we can use as a check on alternative measures we're trying to look at. But that turns out to be a fairly important thing, and so one of the discussions that came out of our Scientific Review Board was to have direct observations collected at sea on this thing. So we did have quite a bit of discussion with the members of the Research Advisory Board about ways that we might do that, and this is still kind of a work in progress. Initially we thought that there would be a fairly straightforward way of doing this on a sampling basis, but Ian can talk about this if necessary. That still is in a process. We're trying to figure out the best way that we might do this on a pilot scale, and then to consider whether or not this needs to be done on a broader scale. There were just a couple of other topics here. One was on, again, looking at the idea of hooking success and retention on different sizes of hooks. There was some discussion about release mortality and whether or not different hooks would have a different type of release mortality in this. So one of the things that we're going to follow up on this is looking at tensile strengths of various kinds of hooks with the manufacturers, because they probably have those data in abundance. So that was about it, Mr. Chairman. The rest of the report is there for your review if you wish.
See if there's questions on these topics. On the one that you mentioned with the number 2, the sex composition, I wasn't sure what that meant. You're going to punch a hole in the Oporco, you're going to put a zip tie in. Is that on the survey boat, on the sample with a ride? You're going to have the fisherman actually mark most of his fish, or a sample, or what was this thought?
The basis of that discussion at the time was to have the fishermen actually participate in the process in trying to identify the efficiency, get the sex of the efficiency, identify them so that they could then be looked at on land for the specific thing. But Ian, do you want to talk a little any more about that? Yeah, you probably should be, yeah.
So as Bruce mentioned, what we discovered this year through going back to the data sources and actually in a number of the comparative stock assessment modeling exercises that I did was we found that the stock assessment results are relatively sensitive to the sex ratio in the commercial catch. And as Bruce pointed out, it's not something that historically we have directly measured. We've inferred the sex ratio based on the observed sex ratio in the set line survey at size and age. And that's a reasonable proxy for fish of similar size and age, but there's a possibility that the fishery is accessing fish during a different time of year and in different areas that may have a different sex ratio associated with them. We had discussed this quite a bit. In fact, there was work ongoing at the Commission prior to my arrival there looking at this issue, and Dr. Lohr had done some genetic work looking at ways to do this with genetic samples. The status of that project was that we really needed to do a pilot project to develop a genetic method with a reasonably high rate of accuracy, and that would take a fairly substantial undertaking. And we had opted originally to put that on hold pending some other ideas. During our SRB meeting this year, our SRB quite creatively came up with the idea, well, why don't you just ask the fishermen to mark the fish? Yeah, I sort of wish we'd thought of that firsthand. And it seems quite appealing because it seems like you could take a fin clip off one side or one fin for males and something else on females. And then we started thinking through the logistics of actually accomplishing this. It needs to be a method that's very easy to do, that's not going to disrupt the flow of work. We talked to some of the processing side of things. It needs to be something that's not going to impede their operation. It also needs to be done in a way that our port samplers will have access to those fish and will know which fish have and haven't been marked. So in a nutshell, the devil is sort of in the details. And I think at this point we're still evaluating different options. We did have some interest at the RAB, as Bruce mentioned. Several people volunteered to give it a try on their boat. And so what we may need to do is actually go out, try some different techniques, look at those fish, and actually compare those results to the method that we use based on the survey data, and perhaps also to a genetic-based method to get a sense of what's going to work. In the long run, even if we go with an at-sea marking project and we figure out the details, we're probably still going to need a tool to validate those samples on a periodic basis just to make sure that it's working. So I suspect that we may be interested next year or perhaps in the near future with proceeding on a genetic project.
Thanks. I was just hung up on the logistic details, so I can see they're not worked out yet. Appreciate that. Thanks. Any other questions on these topics we went through? Michael.
One specific and one general question. I'll start with the general one. We've addressed this once before, Bruce, and I know in the context of the recent creation of the SRB, the creation, although I appreciate in a sort of time-focused or issue-focused way, the MSAB, of the future utility or value added that the RAB brings. It's a lot of different committees, and I appreciate, this is a bit of a reference group. It's opportunity for industry to come in and just sort of talk about some of their experiences they're seeing on the water and whether or not there are research implications for that, I think, and for staff to exchange views on that. So I understand that value, but from the standpoint of overall discipline within the organization and focusing on research priorities and making sure that we're kind of not going on too many different directions and chasing too many ideas, I'd like to sort of ask the question in a generic way, not necessarily just a view, of what is the future value added of the RAB vis-a-vis other committees that are being used for research, identifying research priorities and so on, and vis-a-vis, in fact, the commissioners and the role of commissioners, who, of course, among other things, also represent some of the fishing community interests and have perspectives from that point. I saw the number of times Dave Boy's name is mentioned here, even though he wasn't even at the meeting, as he says, indicates that he can speak for himself, but I think he's appreciated, I think, the value of the RAB in the past. So I'm not raising this as questioning whether it's valuable or not. It's what is its future vis-a-vis other processes that we have, which are multiplying in nature, and obviously would take staff time up to address some of the issues raised here, as well as other staff time is being used to address other issues. So that's just sort of the generic question on governance. Is this the right? Is it doing the right thing still? Is it the kind of thing that we need to have in the future? And if so, where is its niche vis-a-vis the other ones? The other thing is, there was a question raised, I think, in the public meeting a couple of days ago about, and I reminded of this related to item 5 on page 2 of the report that Dave, in fact, had raised about the size limit reduction from 32 to 30. And you had answered, I think, at the time, Bruce, a couple of days ago, that that's something the MSAB is looking at. And that may be true too, but it raised a broader question for me, which is how to make decisions about what is the right body and over what time frame should certain things be looked at, right? I have heard, but Dave could say this more eloquently than me, that there are a number of real advantages and positive aspects of reducing the size limit from 32 to 30. Do they require the MSAB to review it, or for the MSAB, which still got 2 years to go, to complete its work before, in fact, that kind of issue can be decided on? I don't know. Frankly, I do not know. But I think we need to be asking ourselves the question, if some people see a real-time benefit of that kind of question being thoroughly addressed, etc., do we try to make a decision, or should we be making a decision that this deserves a different focus and goes through a different process potentially for decision making than the MSAB, which already has Steve may comment as well, already has a pretty full agenda. But again, I'm not a scientist, so there may be good reasons why it can't be done that way. But I am more generally just worried about too many ideas floating around, too many research possibilities, and how do we focus the work in light of limited resources?
Mm-hmm. Very good questions. I interpret the first question to be sort of is RAB still relevant to our process, and sort of is it being superseded by other bodies or other processes? I think it does occupy a bit of a unique niche in our process, because it does get people who spend a lot of time on the water or in the plants and feeding up through our process. And the way we regard this, Michael, is as part of the feeding process that comes into the proposals that eventually come before you for your consideration and prioritization with things. So that's kind of the role that we see for the RAB on this, and it also gives us a window of observation and commentary from goals that we don't really get anywhere else. We can have individual discussions with harvesters or with processors in various places, but this brings together that sort of nucleus of people that do provide quite a bit of value to us in terms of helping us develop proposals that are relevant both to what we perceive to be research needs and what they perceive to be research needs as well. In terms of the second question on the size limit issue, I think the analyses that we have done on this before don't stand alone right now anymore, because the size limit is tied so much into the whole harvest policy issue. It isn't just an issue of the sort of impact of one particular size limit change. It needs to be interpreted in part of the whole harvest policy, and I'll invite Steve Martell to maybe comment a little bit more on that. Yeah.
The best part of this is kicking low out of the seat all the time. With regards to the harvest policy, several components are important in this aspect. The one is the recent changes to the way the fishery is operated and changes in size selectivity, as we understand it in the assessment model, certainly has implications on sustainable exploitation rates for this fishery, or estimating sustainable exploitation rates for this fishery. There's other practical implications of changing the size limits, i.e. reducing the mortality of U32 fish just from the repeated capture process. So I personally looked at that issue in several other fisheries, in marlin fisheries and grouper fisheries in Florida, and have found that even at moderately low discard mortality rates of 5, 10, 15%, they can have a pretty substantial effect on what the overall yields and target exploitation rates could be. So that's really, I think your original question is this something the MSAB should be looking at? Not necessarily. If we're going to move towards, we can do that, and that's certainly something we can do, but in the interim, if we want to look between now and then, it's a pretty routine exercise that any fishery scientist can go through and do yield per recruit type calculations based on our most recent estimates of size at age, as well as the selectivity curves that are happening in the fisheries and any maturity at age information that would also impact those. Am I missing anything?
Lowe, please.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment about this size management strategy evaluation board exercise? Halibut turned out to be like you're exploiting two stocks. The male component of the stock and the female component of the stock behave quite differently in terms of its growth characteristics and dynamics, interaction with the gear and so forth. So when you look at size composition changes, it will affect the stock separately, and therefore it is almost incumbent upon you to have to look at the size ratio and size dynamics aspects, sex dynamic aspects of these two stocks. We just happen to be catching them with the same gear, virtually on the same grounds, but that's how we have always seen it. And in some of our flatfish stock dynamics calculations, we've also tried to analyze the female component of stocks separately from the male component of stocks. And for most of the groundfishes in Alaska, their size or their sex ratio differences are not as great as the halibut. Halibut, it's very clearly different. Thank you.
Thanks, Lowe. I think that's a good observation. I'm too slow to comment on this, but as the older commissioner, the commissioners who have been around here longer know that I've been supportive of looking at the reduced size, mainly because of what Lowe says. That we have pretty much a female-only fishery, and this is the first time I've heard the Halibut Commission scientists say the model is, and I forgot the adjective here, but at least, or adverb, sensitive, or very sensitive to the sex ratio. So I think more than just a yield per recruit that shows where the yield is maximized, I think it's all tied up in this sex thing, and I'm interested to see what can be learned because of this. So like I said, I didn't put those thoughts together very good, but I have a continuing interest in exploring this.
You have a question. We are going to be talking about the set line survey. It's sometime this afternoon, I think, right? But I guess a question similar to what I was asking at the public session. Objective 1 talks about stock identification, monitoring, and assessment. And it would seem to me that the set line survey would fit under a research component under Objective 1. It seems about where we're discussing it right now is around an operational program, and I guess some of the concerns that I've flagged at the public session was, have we done the homework to say that we're going to operational? And it seems to me that we talked about or requested whether a cost-benefit analysis had been undertaken. It's going to be a significant expansion, given what I saw as far as the number of stations that are being proposed. It's going to be a significant cost. It's not quite clear to me what the benefits are at this point in time. I understand what the objective is, but it seems to me that it fits more under research until we learn more about what it's going to provide as far as benefits. That might be the place to start. So I guess that's a comment and a question.
So did that have connection to the minimum size limit as well, or was that kind of a separate topic?
No, I guess I'd moved on. Jim?
Thank you very much for that explanation, because I wasn't tracking how it tied in together. I agree with you entirely on your statement. So thank you. Did you have some reaction to that?
No, I think probably that's might be better to discuss when we discuss the survey expansion. So, okay. Yeah.
And that was basically 7.2 so far, and Bruce has some more stuff to present yet, or at least someone on his staff.
Yes.
So let's go ahead.
So what I'd like to do is ask Greg Williams to go through the annual research plan proposals, which you received at the interim meeting. And I think we have received some feedback from Dr. Forrest on this. And then I would also like to present to you, we've had some subsequent discussions about specifically assessment-related issues because they seem to have such a high-profile thing, and we wanted to actually outline for you what we would propose to be doing for next year and how this would fit into the longer-term process of that. So, Greg, do you want to come up and run through that?
So this will be 7.3.
Yes. Oh, somebody's going to drive me blind here.
Okay. Afternoon. I'm going to run through with you what the staff has put together for additional research outside of our core function research that most of which requires additional planning and feeds into your budget discussions here later this afternoon. I presented much of this to you at the interim meeting in November, asking for comments. And based on the discussion there at the meeting and the following comments, which were very few, we've made very little change to this presentation and to the research that we're planning. So this may look fairly familiar to you. So with that, I'll try running through this. So just as some background, we do have a cycle within our shop here on how this gets developed and brought forth to you. We prepare this plan and these projects during the summer and fall and present a preliminary plan at the interim meeting to the Commission. In that presentation, we outline the research, we discuss the priorities as they've been delineated by our internal science board, and review the studies and look at the budgets and see how that fits into the overall office budget. Following the interim meeting, we further develop and revise as needed, and then we present this final plan to you here at the annual meeting for approval and adoption. Now, this plan is also part of the a subset, if you will, of the 5-year research plan. And as background too, much of this effort stems from the feedback we got from the performance review, which gave us some great suggestions and direction into formalizing this more than we had it previously. So this kind of stems from further development and suggestions we had previously. This annual plan is oriented around 4 specific objectives or themes. As Paul indicated earlier, the first one is stock identification, monitoring, and assessment. Second is harvest policy. Third is biology, physiology, migration of the animal. And the fourth is ecosystem, how it kind of fits in within the fish world. So I've organized this presentation within those 4 research themes, and I'll present those as we go forward here. And feel free to ask any questions as we're going through. I also say that staff who are involved in these programs, these projects are in the room here, so if you want some detailed discussion of a particular project, we can get into that too if you so desire. So within stock identification, monitoring, and assessment, this whole arena focuses on just that, on monitoring, assessment of the stock, forecasting, and providing data that feeds into management and assessment advice. For 2014, as I indicated, there are some standard ongoing core research that the staff conducts, including the annual assessment by Dr. Stewart. We have a very extensive fishery-dependent independent monitoring from our survey and port sampling programs. And then we've also proposed a study to look at the selectivity of large halibut. That is a area that I think the last study that we performed on selectivity was not quite as robust as it could have been, given the data we collected at that. So we're looking to conduct a focus study on that here this coming summer, and probably in Southeast Alaska. Within the harvest policy and management arena, this really gets at just that, and we don't have any specific funded research projects for these, but we certainly are conducting a lot of work in this area, most of which Dr. Martell is involved with the MSc program and the other harvest policy studies that analyses that he also does. Regarding the animal itself, we have four pieces of research that are on the slide here. We want to continue with our development of the archival tagging. This has been several years underway, some kind of cutting-edge tagging technology that will answer several questions about timing and distribution of halibut movements. Obviously, the Commission has done an enormous amount of tagging over its existence. We just finished up the large pit tagging project in the early 2000s. This archival tagging will provide us even more detailed information on actual location of while the tag is at large on the fish, while the fish is moving, and look much more deeply into the timing of fish movements that we've had before. Also, sites at age studies fall into this category. We've got a very large, extensive project that we are doing with the folks at National Marine Fisheries Service, NADF&G, looking at the changes in size at age recently. We're also, within that, going back into our otolith archives and re-aging fish, looking at growth increments from otoliths collected back in the 20s and 30s to try to give some comparison and context to what we're seeing now. Second year of the length-weight relationship study that involves our port samplers, measuring and weighing fish up in the ports. And then finally a study looking at the maturity of female gonads. That's been several years underway here, and it's slow to progress, but researchers making some good progress this past year. And finally, within this ecosystem theme, we've got the work we do with our profilers at sea on the surveys, providing information not only to ourselves, but also to the larger scientific community on oceanographic conditions and how that relates back, in our case, to halibut distribution. We've got our continuing work with Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, looking at mercury and other contaminants in halibut flesh. And then third, we'd like to continue with some monitoring of the occurrence or prevalence of ichthyophonus, which is a parasite in halibut. This is one we started here about 2 years ago with USGS, and there are several interesting aspects of this that we're not at this time completely certain how it affects halibut growth or survival. We've discussed some fairly large and expansive projects that are potential with USGS to look into that, but they're quite costly and they're difficult to undertake at this point. So for 2014, we're actually looking at, again, continuing on with collection of tissue samples as we did in 2013 to monitor a little bit more of the temporal changes in the 3 survey areas. The performance review and the annual and the research plan that you folks developed here a couple of years ago had us prioritize our research and ask that we present to you the research projects within the scope of priorities and the dollar amounts within each theme and priority. So the slide presents that information to you. All told, for 2014, we're looking at a total of just under $300,000 for the projects that I've reviewed. And again, these projects are kind of above our core research surveys and other projects that we will be doing, pending your discussions. This one is hard to see, and I don't put it up here intending that you will get everything out of this at all, but it's also in your handout on tab 7.3. And this is just a more detailed look at each one of the projects and our priorities, what research theme they fall into, and just a little more of the detail that our research planning document requires us to provide. As well, in your briefing books, there's the full set of the staff research proposals, including those that were proposed but not endorsed by our internal science board. So those are in there for you to review also, to provide more information. And that concludes it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So let's
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think maybe at the same time we might run through what we see as the assessment related activities that the staff is going to be that staff is proposing to undertake over the near term, both in 2014 and the near term, because I think it's relevant to the entire package in terms of what priorities might be done in this. So
that's better than asking questions about these right now, you think?
I think it might be better if we could sort of incorporate the whole package.
So make a note so you don't forget.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Greg.
So what I'd like to do is actually have Ian and Steve come up to the table, and we have a short two-slide presentation on the issues associated with assessments and later research. Jake, can you pull that up there? This will be 7.5, I think. This is actually not in your book. It's not in your book.
Good. So, comment. Okay.
Sure. Okay, so Steve and I haven't pre-scripted this, so I guess we'll just go back and forth talk.
Let's just clarify something. So how long is this going to be? We have some, I believe, conference board people here that we're hoping to make public comment, and I just want to be able to coordinate those times.
We could make this just a couple minutes, just go through these bullets and make a quick point about each.
It's not a rush. I just need to make a place marker so that we get to it.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
So many of these are projects you've heard about already. The first one, the commercial CPUE standardization, would be a collaboration with University of Washington. And as Bruce mentioned, it would be looking at calibrating and analyzing both the snap gear as well as the stuck gear. We're currently only using the stuck gear in our CPUE indices. It would also allow us to update our methodology, or at least explore statistical methods to update our CPUE standardization. We're currently using a very simple approach that's been employed for a long time, and we have a considerable amount of data to analyze. And I think this could be a really fruitful project in 2014 at a fairly low cost to anybody. I'll let Steve speak to the next one since it's his.
The second one is related to our NPRB project with size at age. We have a graduate student that I'm working with up at U of A who's already started working on this. She's characterizing the differences in size at age and the growth rates from our marker capture data that we've collected over the years, and looking at basic yield per recruit maximization type policies in each of the areas. So how those would change as a result of the differences in growth rates and size at age among different areas.
And the third bullet really encompasses a bunch of different efforts, beginning with my effort to go back this year and look at all of our historical data and really get into the processing code and start to document the various sources of data we have and the methods we use to process that. I worked extensively, actually, my colleague, Dr. Ray Webster, did some extensive work on our methods that we use to expand the setline survey in the Bering Sea. I worked with him on survey things, but he was largely responsible, almost completely responsible for that work in the Bering Sea. And as we've gone back through all the survey processing code, we're evaluating all of the various estimators, as I was discussing yesterday, direct estimates where we have survey data, indirect estimates where we have been with the survey in the past, but we don't go on an annual basis, indirect estimates from other sources of information, such as the Bering Sea Trawl Survey, and our poorest estimates, which are just expansions to areas that we don't have a current method for. It's relevant to the setline survey expansion because we have several data sets, for example, the sablefish longline survey conducted by the National Marine Fisheries Service throughout much of Alaska, that we can make use of potentially to inform us about annual trends in these areas that we don't currently sample, particularly deeper waters in those cases. But we need to calibrate that against our own observations, and currently the proposed survey expansion into deeper water will start to provide some of those calibrations. And so we have the potential to really have a value added on our survey expansion activities by being able to then make use of things like the slope trawl survey data, the sablefish survey, and potentially commercial CPUE as well. So this is all in an ongoing effort to improve and expand the quality of our survey estimates across all areas of the coast.
The fourth bullet there is a project that another graduate student of mine that I'm working with on examining the performance in a management strategy evaluation framework of fixed catch allocations, such as what we have in the Pacific hake fishery, versus survey biomass apportionment methods as a function of the migration rates. And this is a focus paper that the two of us are planning to publish in the primary literature and present at a conference this fall, using the tools we're developing here at the IPHC.
I realized I may not have prefaced this slide very well. These are all things that we are planning to accomplish in 2014. They may not be a finished product, but we're planning to make substantial inroads on them and have results benefiting from each of these bullets by this process next year. And that's particularly relevant for this next one, which is to continue and enhance the ensemble model approach. It's something that we discussed considerably with the Scientific Review Board this year. You note that the figure that I showed you from the hurricane realm had many models included in their ensemble. This year we had 3, and that was the best I could do in 1 year. Steve and I have been working extensively. I've really benefited from working with Steve and with the SRB in thinking about other ways we can model this stock, and we've had a lot of discussion already just in 2 days about the spatial aspects of things. The Fleets as Areas model is a compromise or a step toward a spatial model where we actually treat the data separately from different areas, but we're not actually modeling the stock as explicitly spatial. So it's a step in that direction. We're also looking at evaluating at least a 3-area spatial model to try and start to capture some of the dynamics, some of the potential differences, say, between area 2, 3, and 4, and to be able to compare this against our coast-wide model. If these models prove useful and we can match the data, and we'll be presenting these to the Scientific Review Board, and to the degree that they are plausible and useful models, we can then include them ultimately in the ensemble approach for next year, both in terms, like I did this year with the long time series model, to give us some additional insight and perspective on things, but also in a quantitative sense to actually expand our ensemble and make that a more powerful tool.
And I'm Tweedledum. The last point on this slide is actually to develop a research model that's independent of the platforms that we're currently using in our stock assessments for 2 purposes. One is it's the key tool in the operating model used for our management strategy evaluation, but 2, to also generate simulated data from a known population, electronic fish, hand those data sets over to Ian, and then Ian can start to test and address the questions from which there's real independent information that's being generated. At least we understand the properties of the real information. This is a key step in stock assessment, and it's something that we need to pay more attention to, because I know our SRB people are going to really start barking down our tree on that aspect of it.
So these are sort of sub-bullets and other aspects of things that are divided into data, and then I think we have a second modeling slide to come. The first one I guess I've already discussed a bit, which is integrating other sources of information to help inform our survey catch expansions. The second one we've also already discussed, which was looking at a pilot project to determine the sex ratio of the commercial catch, and also rethinking potential for developing genetic methods.
Our setline survey also collects independent information on prior hook injuries on each individual fish we land at the roller. We want to look into just sort of doing some simple mapping exercises, looking at the distribution of those prior hook injuries along with the distribution of fishing effort from all gear types, just to see if it's worthwhile trying to use this information and integrate this information as an additional source of mortality from non-directed fisheries or non-retained fisheries, sorry, and try and incorporate that information into our assessments as well. So this is at the first phase is sort of a data exploration component to this project. All right. The another key part of course, the spatially explicit models is really understanding juvenile migration. There's actually two aspects to this. It's not only the migration of juvenile fish, but where do you, when you're building a spatially explicit model that has, say, 2 areas and 100 units of recruits are produced, do you put 50 in one area and 50 in another area? So how are new recruits actually distributed in space and time? We don't have direct information on this. We may look into the feasibility of doing a tagging study to try and get at that information, mostly through historical examination of our older data. We may also try and look at the trends in size-specific CPUE indices, so actually calculate, like we did back in the VPA days, trends in abundance index of certain size categories and see if we can actually trace a peak in one size category shifting its distribution and abundance to another area. And again, this is all information that would help improve our understanding of dispersal versus migration in this stock.
The next 2 bullets are ongoing research by Dr. Ray Webster, who's sitting behind me. I'll encourage him to speak up if I miss something important about either of them. But he's been doing some very sophisticated modeling efforts on some of the spatial and temporal aspects of our survey data, actually producing maps of density and really developing some new techniques beyond just taking the average catch rate by regulatory area. It has the potential to both to help us understand the spatial aspects of our data much better, but also potentially to produce some products that we can use for further analysis. This is something that is really a modeling exercise that he's been working on for some time that he'll be continuing this year. The next is also an extension. It's another value added on an existing data set. Ray just published a paper on size-dependent migration rates estimated from our pit tagging data, which has been really helpful, but he's also looking at an age-dependent migration. We didn't age all those fish, but with a combination of our survey age data and the size information, can actually estimate age-dependent migration rates. Now, this doesn't get so much to the juvenile aspect, juvenile dispersal, because these were mostly larger fish, but it's getting age-specific rates will actually be much easier for Steve and I to use in a lot of the modeling. So this is something that will be very, very productive for us potentially in the near future.
And the last point here on the data aspects is to continue to work on understanding the factors that control size at age and growth of halibut. So through this NPRB project, we're really trying to conduct a more comprehensive integrative study that examines simultaneously bioenergetics, size-selective fishing, environmental factors, competition, intraspecific and interspecific competition, density-dependent growth rates, etc. in halibut. We don't think that the changes in size at age we see out there is a result of one single smoking gun. We think it's probably a combination of several factors that come into play. So we're trying to understand that a little more to help us build better predictive models in the future.
So we've had some discussion already, and we've had considerable discussion outside this meeting about the treatment of U26 fish in the harvest policy calculations. We include that mortality in the stock assessment, but currently they're not a line item in our harvest application of our harvest policy. They are accounted for in the underlying productivity of the stock. The big sticking point here is understanding how to distribute the effects of that mortality. And so this is an ongoing effort. I mean, Steve and I almost weekly put our heads together and try and think about ways in which we could make the current harvest policy both simpler and perhaps a little more inclusive of all the various sources of mortality and easier to understand. I can't tell you that we've found the silver bullet yet. And we need to know a bit more about the distribution of juvenile fish to do that, but we're continuing to work on that front.
Second is to look specifically at the implications of juvenile dispersal, the bycatch and wastage of U-26 fish on the estimates of area-specific harvest rates. We know currently the way our harvest control rule works is we basically apply the U-26 bycatch coast-wide, but we know that U-26 bycatch in the harvest policy, the way it was developed, actually probably has different rates in different areas, and we haven't accounted for that in our harvest policy, so we want to examine those issues specifically. And this is going to be important as we garner more information from the new observer program and looking at U-26 fish in other fisheries.
And this last bullet is really recognizing, and I think Commissioner Ryle brought this up recently, that we're sort of caught in an interim period here where there are a number of aspects of our harvest policy that we would like to really thoroughly review via the MSC process, but yet we know that's going to be several years out. And we had some discussions this year. I actually spent the better part of a day describing and discussing our current harvest policy with our scientific review board, and we agreed that at the next meeting we do some further look at that. A lot of the improvements in the modeling that I made this year allow us in some regards, in the way that I presented some alternate reference points to you guys when I presented the results of this year's stock assessment, there's a potential, especially at the coast-wide level, to present with some alternate ways to think about harvest policy and harvest rates, and to provide some comparable metrics to the kinds of fishing mortality and spawning potential ratio calculations that you might be familiar with from other fisheries. This is not going to substitute. We're not just going to throw in a brand new harvest policy and dump that on you guys at next year's meeting. Don't worry. This is really an effort to add additional information, and something we would talk with the SRB first in our meeting process this year, get their perspective on which of these may be more or less useful and informative to your process, and then perhaps just have some additional information to provide to you guys beyond just the current harvest policy, but some other comparisons and things that might be used in other fisheries for your consideration next year.
And I think we may have 1 or 2 free weekends next year.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that we realize as we're running up to this meeting that we've been somewhat deficient in not describing some of the detailed work that the assessment staff is going to be doing in this. We've only talked about projects that we're talking about for funding things, and I think it's important to get the whole package together so see how we're doing these things and how it integrates with some of the field studies that we are talking about doing. So.
Thank you very much. That was a good presentation, and I agree with that last philosophical statement. There's a lot of the work is in the stock assessment, the MSC improvements, and so not mentioning that as a significant research effort is an oversight. So to try to make some sense out of this, let's see. Maybe we can start with the document 7.3 where Greg Williams designed the projects and see if there's questions on those. And in the context of the whole package that we just had here. So, Michael.
Actually, if you agree, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the scientific advisors to give some initial comments. I know Robin has some from the Canadian side on the on 7.3. Is that acceptable?
It's very acceptable. Dr. Forrest.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start by saying thanks very much for that presentation, Stephen Ian. I do think it is a good idea to have those items on the research plan, even if they don't have a cost associated with them, because they do have a cost in terms of time. And secondly, I'd just like to say that any comments that I make are not intended as criticism. This is a really great process, and the opportunity to discuss everything on the research agenda in a forum like this and to try to prioritize projects is something I wish I had in my workplace. It doesn't work everywhere, so this is a great process. I just had 3 comments on the research plan as I initially saw it in draft form just before this meeting, and it looks like some of those areas are going to be addressed because I hadn't seen the work that Steve and Ian were presenting. But the first was at the last annual meeting on the list of priorities, I guess, that came out of that meeting. Let me just get it up here. Item 16, if I have it correct, is to characterize uncertainty of movement rates and impact on the estimation of bycatch impacts, identify knowledge gaps and research to address, and that would be undertaken as part of the MSE process. And it's become clear, I think, in the last few days that the and the last year actually, that the MSAB has a full agenda. And so I wonder if some of these processes to update the harvest policy, look at the apportionment performance, characterize uncertainty in migration and bycatch, whether they can be downloaded to the MSAB or whether they should be done as separate projects that are consistent with the work that's being done by the MSAB. And given how busy Stephen, Ian and the team, they must be super scientists, because that's a huge list of things to do in the next year. And that list does need to be prioritized, and I think there should be some discussion at least of which items on that list are the most important and will have the most benefit to decision making. One suggestion that I would have for the estimation of bycatch impacts work and the uncertainty in bycatch is to perhaps scope that project a bit more and to look at what are the alternative approaches that can be used to do that. In light of work that's already been done before, there was work, the widget work that was done before, the work that Stephen Hare did, Stephen Martell has done in the past. Is that work still relevant? Does it need to be updated? What would need to be done? Are additional personnel required? Is this something that a postdoctoral fellow could come in and do and be funded separately, and are there funds to do that? The second point would be in the future research recommendations in the research plan, there was a point for improved understanding of U26 migration, and that was touched on a little bit just then in the past presentation as well. Again, I think that's a project that could be scoped more, and it seems that getting a direct understanding of U26, under 26 juvenile migration is extremely challenging, very expensive in terms of deployment of tags, the number of tags that need to be deployed. And maybe we need to go back to a pit tag approach again, something that's cheaper. But it would be good to scope that out and to look at the costs associated with different options and weigh that against other expensive projects on the agenda, such as the expansion of the survey, which I think we're coming back to. And I did just have one last point on the migration work. I just had a chat with Tim before, and there were four for the archival tagging work. It seems that there were four identified priorities. One, identifying the active spawning season for halibut. Two, depth-specific spawning habitat. Three, the fall and spring migratory periods. And four, where possible, the timing of seasonal movement among regulatory areas. And I wonder if the purpose of deploying archival tags, if the priorities for doing that research are still those 4 points in that order, or whether perhaps among regulatory area migration has moved up that list. And if so, if we have sufficient tags, I think you have 1,000 archival tags at the moment, whether you would need more tags, whether it would be a more expensive tag, and again, I think that there is a need for a more detailed discussion of costs and benefits of research, and what are the highest priorities for the Commission to understand at the moment, given that we now have an extremely long list of projects for the staff to do in the coming year. Oh, one last point on the 5-year research plan. Sorry to keep going on about this. The 5-year research plan, as it was presented last year in draft form, it's not clear. It was supposed to be accepted at the last annual meeting. Was it accepted? It was, okay, because it wasn't. It was still missing some components, I think, that were in the terms of reference, and that included prioritization, costs, alternative packages. And I see those appearing now in the 1-year research plans, but I just wondered where we were at with the research plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Lowe. I have some general points I just pointed out. I think all these exercise, that research planning that's going on, and all the management strategy evaluation are all very good exercises. But in the end, I'm going to have difficulty trying to determine what all those results mean, and how am I going to select which strategy or which scenario is the correct one. I'm going to listen to what they have to say, and they have to convince me which is the right one. But what I'm trying to drive at is that the base data might be lacking, apparently lacking, particularly with migration. We've got a long history of tagging work, but there's still a lot of unknowns. And environment change, migration would change, dynamics would change, growth would change. So when do you start stopping to measure, or when do you consider it's the right period to measure? I think those are very fundamental issues that I will always be faced with in terms of trying to evaluate what scenario is proper. On one hand, we're trying to measure something with a yardstick, and then on the other hand, we're looking at specific items, trying to measure it with a caliper. And they're just totally different ways of looking at it. And the issue is really the base data. How can we get a better grappling of the migration pattern, rate of migration, downstream effects, upstream effects, because it takes spawning stock to create recruitment into the future. And so we've got all these dimensions to look at. And so as you plan your research activities, Bruce, please keep in mind those base data. It's expensive to collect. We cannot afford to collect it, and yet we cannot afford not to collect it.
Thank you, Lowell. Bruce, your comments on that?
Just a couple of comments. One, thank you both for your comments on things. Work backwards from your comment, Lo. I think I mean, you hit the nail right on the head in lots of ways. We have probably spatial and temporal lability in migration rates. They're likely to change over time. And before we would contemplate embarking on a very big tagging program, we're going to try to explore pretty much anything else we can look at to try and look at the distribution of recruits and how that might be related to, as best we can understand, the migration. But one of the projects that Ian was talking about there is for us to go into detail in some of the survey data collected by other agencies and see if we can reconstruct what some of the distribution of recruits looks like, and from that infer some of the migration by looking at sort of time changes in abundance by particular size classes over time. So we're actually, I would say we would find the prospect of a large-scale tagging program for juvenile fish to be a pretty daunting prospect, both financially and just logistically, to put something like that together. So it would be our intent to pretty much exhaust any other options we have for understanding that process before we embarked on something like that. To get back to some of your comments, Robin, yeah, we will be looking at incorporating what existing information we have on migration rates. You know, the widget that we produced for one of the migration workshops several years ago, those are data that haven't changed over time. But Ray's work on looking at both age and size specific migration, not only from the pit tagging, but also looking at some of the historical tagging studies. That's one of his ongoing projects, and again, trying to get at these things from what's available from the existing information as opposed to trying to go out there and generate a large new project. The other comment you made was about archival tags and the approach to how we would deploy these archival tags. Do we have the right priorities? And that's a fair point, and we're open to discussion on what that priority might be. I know Tim has a lot of thoughts on what he thinks the priorities are. The Commission may have a different set of priorities on that about trying to get those information. So we're certainly open to discussion on what the priorities might be, and it essentially involves the sort of size and place that you put the tags on. I know, Tim, did you have any comments you wanted to make on that? That's good. They both vacated when you ran away.
I wish the squirrels would react that way in my backyard when I come out. Essentially, just to summarize, what Robin Forrest had expressed is pretty well dead on. The 4 objectives that she read, and I'm not sure exactly what page they are on in your briefing book, but they're in there, are the specific objectives of the proposal circa 2006 when this was written specifically to address some direction from commissioners in the context of looking at season extension. At the time, that did not include geomagnetic tags at all. The reason we're sort of 7 years down the road still don't have tags in the water was that the priorities did change, and that as we started talking about developing a spatially explicit model, it was generally realized that we need more information on migration rates of fish at age and at sex, which we essentially don't have for many of our other tagging programs. Sex, essentially, because we haven't had the ability to sex fish prior to tagging in our prior research, which we do now through ultrasound and potentially other genetic techniques in the future. And by size, we do have an ability, and again, Ray is going to be analyzing some of the size-specific migration rates. We can get a bunch of that from conventional tagging. One thing you can't get from conventional tagging is if you tag a fish at, say, age 6 and you recapture it at age 10 and you knew it moved 1,000 miles in that intervening 4 years, you don't know whether or not it moved all of that early and then stopped, or it moved equivalently each year downstream. If we have a tagging technology that we can locate the fish every 3 weeks to 2 months throughout its migration period over those 4 years, you can look at rates of migration for individual fish as they age. So to summarize, the recent highest priority, or the newest highest priority for deploying those roughly 900 to 1,000 archival tags is to get better estimates of migration by age and size and sex to feed into a spatially explicit modeling approach that Drs. Martel and Stewart will be working on. And at this point, I'm not quite sure, and I'm not sure they're quite sure exactly what data structures they would need for that, so we don't have a specific deployment plan.
All right, let's look at these projects. Are there any questions on of the staff or Bruce? Bob has one.
I have 2 questions, and one's on page 13 of, and it was also on table 8. That was up there that the staff gave, and it's just this research plan objective, high, medium, low priority, and then it has dollar amounts, and I don't understand why it's not a range where it says total. Why do they add together? Why are they additive? I don't understand what's going on there.
Just to get the total amount that would be involved in the consideration for the whole consideration.
But is that a high cost versus a low cost, or $29,000 and $68 and $125? I don't understand what's being trying to be relayed there.
That is, if you adopted only, for example, the high priority programs, then the total cost would be $125,000. If you included the medium and lower priority programs, and under physiology, you might have a cost of $154,000.
Okay, that's not a program. That's
multiple projects.
Multiple
projects.
Projects.
And the projects are listed in table 1 by.
Right. Okay. And then on there was the list of bullets. The first bullet was commercial standardization of CPUE, stuck gear and snap-on gear. And so I've been thinking about this ever since Monday when this issue came up on the floor. And for stuck gear, we've got guys doing, traditional stuck gear, and then for halibut, a large halibut hook. Then we got guys using their black cod gear with a smaller hook, still stuck, 6-foot gear as opposed to 18-foot gear. You've got automatic hook systems that shoot out a lot of gear, but they may not be hooked real efficiently on the bait. And then you got a variety of snap-on gears with different size hooks. So this is, 25 years ago it was easy. Most of the guys fished all with the same type of gear, but now there's about 7 different protocols out there. So does this look at some of these hook sizes as well as, or just snap-on versus what? How is this going to all be integrated?
That's actually an excellent synopsis of exactly why we haven't done this yet. It's the stuck gear is pretty easy to analyze. We correct for the spacing between the ganyons, and we correct for the length of the skate, and that's basically it. Then we add up the amount of effort deployed and divide, or add up the amount of catch and divide by the amount of effort. When we start getting into the snap gear and the aspects of that, as you mentioned, there are a lot of other factors: hook size, ganyon length, hook spacing, and hook spacing can be variable especially for snap gear. It can be variable among sets. It can be variable within sets. And this is why we've proposed this as a statistical exercise, a research project to investigate whether we can actually do this. We're currently using about, I believe it's roughly 50% of the available logbook records that we have. It's a bit more than that if you look in terms of catch. I'm looking at Bruce because I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head exactly. But
if it's in terms of catch, we're looking at over 80% on there.
But in terms of numbers of deployed sets, I think it's on the order of 50%, and it certainly varies by area. So we've been collecting these logbooks for decades, and we have an extensive record. And this is really a data mining exercise to see, well, if we do standardize these to the best of our ability, and you're absolutely right, it would have to include hook size and spacing. And in fact, our port samplers go through an interview process with the skippers to reconcile the hook spacing and the number of hooks they said they deployed and the length of the skate. And in some cases, those things don't all add up to the same estimate, so they go through an interview process there. But we really need to see whether or not we can standardize these data. And if we do, are we getting similar trends or similar trend estimates from the snap gear that we would get just from the stuck gear? We may conclude this exercise and find we're getting a perfectly good index out of the stuck gear, and we don't need to do that. Although we're still left with the issue in 2A and 2B of the much higher level of snap gear use.
And we found out in 4E that apparently that's all they use. So,
and that's a good point. Actually, I talked to several people last night, in fact, at the social, who were concerned that there are some areas that are increasingly, some sub-regions of regulatory areas that are increasingly using snap gear and piggybacking sablefish and halibut on the same trips, and maybe not even declaring it as a halibut trip, but still landing appreciable amounts of halibut. And that's another aspect that we could potentially look at in this standardization, is how do the catch rates compare and the trends in catch rates between trips that are declared as halibut trips and trips that land halibut but were declared, say, as blackcod trips. Again, it's going to be another fairly substantial undertaking, but these are data that we've already collected and key punched and entered, and they're sitting in our databases. And so with this project is really recruiting some help from the University of Washington to help us bring some analytic power to this and develop methods that we can then evaluate whether we want to turn that into a routine procedure for use in our stock assessment or not.
Okay, other questions? Don?
Yeah, just a clarification. Could you review the types of tags with me? I see archival. Does that include the satellite retrieval, or are those mail-in tags? And then the pit tag, of course, I'm familiar with that. Do we still use the old wire-coded tags?
We do for some purposes. Tim will
So
do that.
would you mind reviewing the different tagging types for me so I'm clear? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. In general, the archival tags starting at the top end are any essentially electronic tag that records data while on the fish. So it includes the satellite pop-up archival tags that record data while on the fish, then detach and broadcast those information remotely. And it also includes the coastwide tags that we were talking about, which would still have to be retrieved by the fishermen, but would be recording data throughout their time at liberty. Then there are the pit tags, which we have the large deployment of that you're presumably familiar with, and what would be referred to as conventional tags, which are your wire tags, your strap tags, coded wire tags, and other elastomer tags, and so forth. And in a sense, in some contexts, you would consider a pit tag to still be a conventional tag because it's simply a point-to-point recovery tag.
Thank you. So while you're there, let me ask one of my questions. Sure. We've seen quite a bit of conversation right now, and over the course of the meeting, talking about Pacific decadal oscillations, which dramatically affect what we think is going to happen with recruitment. Well, I don't know why a halibut migrates, but I expect the PDO probably drives it. So do we have enough data to look at climate regimes to see if something swam differently at a different time? I expect it's probably more about food, but that's also PDO tied. So just generally, do you think there's enough that you could take a look at some of that?
Generally, I would hypothesize no. The general conceptual model of long-term migration halibut throughout their lifetime would be that in order for the population to remain stationary, to remain in the same place in the North Pacific, the larvae drift during their larval phase over the winter for their first year, settle, and on average end up migrating the exact same distance in reverse. Now, there could be a lot of variance around that. Some fish can migrate much more than they dispersed as larvae. Some might migrate a lot less. Some might migrate in the opposite direction. But over the long-term average, they should all migrate as adults or between settlement and adults the same amount that they traveled as juveniles. The biggest probable effect, I would hypothesize, of climate regimes on that entire framework would be how far do the larvae drift from the time they're hatched to the time they settle. Because the PDO would probably have a strong effect on current regimes and total advection. In order to analyze data that would give you some information on that, I would suspect we're in the conundrum that the largest amount of migration that we have to figure out is how much did they migrate from the time they left their nursery grounds until essentially pre-recruit ages. And that remains the one phase of their life that we have virtually no information on, because by the time we tag them, they're 50, 60 centimeters, 5 to 8 years old, and we still have no idea by the time we tag them at 5 where they came from.
So I expect that's almost exactly right. Obviously, the animals come back, or they'd all be out in 4B, and so
precisely.
So we know that. But if they're in 4B, they stay there. We know that because no tag ever escaped 4B. But anyway, the migration to me is probably so variable. It's hard to figure how you can have spatial migrational things in your annual stock assessment when I personally believe it's greatly variable. So, but thank you for that answer. So I just had one more.
And I should also couch that with, on the other hand, I've never thought of it that way, and I promise to continue scratching my head to think if there's anything I could come up with.
Thanks. So Ian, objective 1 is stock ID, and it suggests that, which looks at, whether it's a unit stock, what are the components, suggests that the annual stock assessment actually is addressing some of those. And so I'm trying to figure out, you need to address those to know where the different stocks are, but is it in the modeling effort itself that you're able to make some, to have insights into stock makeup, unit stocks, or are you suggesting that as you do your assessment, you're using things such as genetic material to see if there are different stocks? I wasn't quite sure what that statement meant.
More the former. This is mainly a modeling exercise. I'd be trying to make use of some of the migration rates that we've estimated from various tagging studies, and really posing the question, what migration rates and distribution of recruitments are consistent with the data that we observe, and what does that tell us about stock connectivity? I have to confess I'm with you on the direct applicability of highly complex spatial models to annual stock assessment. There are very few places in the world that even have complex spatial stock assessment models, and even fewer that use them to set management advice. And that's why you're not seeing one this year, for example, because I put my effort into models that I think are more robust in the first year. But as we develop those spatially implicit and spatially explicit models, I can vet those through the SRB. We can spend some time reviewing them, and we can see whether they have promise for this process or not. But it's not a given that a fully spatial model, even if we knew the migration rates, would perform well as to provide management advice. And this also gets to what Steve mentioned, which is that ultimately we'll be planning to simulation test these and make sure that the estimation itself is robust to the level of complexity that we're applying.
Thank you. So I think this is an important piece, and I don't think we're very far through it yet. So I'll I'll stop my questions, but are there any more on these issues? Michael?
Thanks, Jim. I have a question or concern around head ice slime adjustment. Wait, no, stop. I deliberately raised that, not because I think that project's good or bad, but because I want to make a few comments which, and bear with me, because if I sound a bit cranky, I'm trying to get a better sense, having been here for a while now, not as long as you, obviously, about what is the best way that as commissioners we can provide oversight and advice on research priorities for this commission. And while I know that issues such as head ice slime adjustment, project 65.11 are probably important, I will never be able to determine whether I have a useful, well, no, I will always be able to determine that I'll have no useful contribution to make to that particular, like to approve or not, or think that that project's good or not. What I do think and probably my colleagues are able to do better is to try to provide bigger picture, first of all, receive bigger picture sense of where the research priorities of the organization are and how they're directed and why they're directed in certain ways without going through the details of what each one are or is. I mean, I think science advisors can give some useful information and so on that, and that's their role to do that. I certainly couldn't do that, and I wouldn't expect to do that, but I would expect to try to be a little bit more, feel that I'm both being given and able to, in return, provide some feedback on what are the strategic approaches that the organization is taking on research, how it supports its various bits of work. Now, let me give you a few examples of what I mean by that in looking through this ARP. And bear with me, Mr. Chairman, if you can, for a minute. So, for example, we have an ARP, one-year research plan here. There was a reference Robin made to the fact that at the last annual meeting we approved a 5-year research plan. The 5-year research plan is nowhere in my documentation. I can't find it anywhere. I know it was not up for necessarily reapproval or looking at, but I don't see it anywhere. I would have thought that we've had these conversations before about saying what are the key links between the annual research plan and our 5-year research plan. And the 5-year research plan obviously needs to reflect the broader strategy of where the organization is trying to focus its research along those 4 objectives that are listed in the ARP. On that basis, I think the commissioner should be receiving once or twice a year, a review or have an opportunity to review where the 5-year research plan is. We talked last year about trying to make a common look and feel with the annual one, but I can't even comment on whether I see the common look and feel now because I don't have it. So now, maybe there's a good reason for that, and I'm open to views on that, but I do think that's one example of where I don't feel I can do my work as a commissioner as effectively as I could, and I should have raised this probably more explicitly at the interim meeting. So I'm not casting blame here. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. I feel that that's an example where I need to see something which is going to help my colleagues and me and perhaps our American colleagues too in trying to give this sort of more strategic oversight advice. A second example. Trying to understand where the various research priorities as defined are. So we've got the ARP list. We've got a list that Ian and Steve just gave us on a number of things that they're doing. We just saw that slideshow. We've got SRB's analyses. We've got MSAB's work, which deliberately are said under that second objective of harvest policy research, $0 expended because it's all being done under, I assume, under the MSAB process. I.e., we've got these various different places where various research activities are taking place. And if somebody asked me the question, can you give me an overall sort of sense of what the research direction of this organization is and how in a single place where I could find that, I'd say I can't. And I wouldn't be able to. Now, as a commissioner, there's not a lot that I need to have, but if I was turning to my science advisor and say, give me a good sense of what all the key priorities are, she'd have to go through all these various documents, some of which we only just saw for the first time today, to be able to give me that kind of advice or information. Or if I asked the commission staff, they'd have to collate it. So do we need to be better at that? Can we figure out a way to collate all the various bits of research that are being done in various ways in the context or in support of the 4 research objectives that we have, so that we can provide at this meeting or at the interim meeting a better view or input or approval as needs may be based on having that information
collated. So I mean, it sounds like a bitch from me, but I feel that I'm not able to serve my function effectively in providing approval for something when I'm seeing bits and pieces all over the place, and then sometimes I connect them and sometimes I don't connect them, and it's not clear to me where they are. A third example, we have future priorities on page 13 of AARP. And I look at the list, if anybody looks at page 13 of that list, recruitment, discards, full catch accounting, migration studies, and economic analyses. And I think, wow, I would actually say if you're going to summarize for me what are the 5 most important areas of research that among others, I suppose, are 5 very important ones, those are all, I would list all those 5. Yet they're defined here as future research directions. So I don't know whether that future research directions means if time permits, if priorities are going in that direction. Do we think these things are important? Do we not think these things are important? We've already talked separately about migration studies and some of the work on tagging and so on. We all think that migration studies are important. But I kind of look at that as saying, well, how important is it if we're defining it, if one looked at it here naively saying, well, it's migration studies, you know, U26 being referred to example, that's sort of something in the future. So is it in the future, or is it, what is the most fundamental aspect about migration work that we need to do now as opposed to worrying about in the future? And same thing with recruitment, or same thing with discards, or full catch accounting, which is it's defined here. It's not in a strict sense research, but it is very important for the purposes of doing accurate stock assessment. So why is it not linked more clearly to Objective 1 in improving stock assessment? Fourth example, we have, and we're going to have a further discussion on the expansion of the survey. We've already had the presentation on Monday. We've had a discussion in this room on it. We'll have another discussion on it, and we have to make a decision on it. It's not even listed under Objective 1 of the annual research plan, which is, you know, ways to improve stock assessment. But that's because we're coding it, I guess, as something else being done and being funded in another way. But it is actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce, but it is part of the Objective 1 of improving our stock assessment in this year, a proposal to do expansion of the survey in 2 areas. So why don't we have it listed there? It's sort of, so I just want, those are examples, I guess, of where I'm feeling a bit frustrated that I don't have the capacity, except try shuffling through a whole bunch of pieces of paper and then looking for ones which I don't have, like the 5-year plan, to be able to then give considered views as a commissioner on where I think, whether I think, and are seeking advice from others about whether we're giving you the right kind of strategic direction in these areas. Because I don't feel right now that I'm capable or able or ready to do that. And if I've been here 3 years, so I don't know, I don't want to look at you, Bob, or Don, and say that you're not capable. But boy, if I was you, I'd say, Christ, don't even ask me to ask a question because I don't know what the heck I'm going to ask. So I'm putting words in your mouth, and that's not fair. But that's sort of my kind of look at this, and I would definitely think we should have, at the risk I know of the time, Mr. Chairman, you know, a bit more of a considered discussion about how, from a governance standpoint, we can more helpfully provide the kind of strategic input on research than I feel in the 3 years that I've been here that I've been able to provide. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Bruce, do you have any comments on that right off the top, or should we just think about it a while? I don't want to put you on the spot, but you're welcome to respond. But if you want to wait a bit, so Mr. Pearson, I think that's a well thought out and fairly dramatic statement, and I think you've made some very good points. I'm wondering if you have a thought on how we make some progress on that in this meeting before we get to the question of whether about survey expansion, which, as you point out, is kind of set aside as a one-off this year, or whether this is mostly for the future. I'm unwilling to abandon that thought completely, but I don't know if you have a process in mind to make some progress on it.
It was not my intent to make a rhetorical statement, but I do appreciate at the same time that we need to think about it a bit before perhaps we can have a considered discussion. So some of it we can take place in the FNA because we have to make decisions, for example, on the survey expansion issue from a financial perspective. Some of it we can come back to perhaps during one of the sessions tomorrow as well. once people had a chance to swallow the drama. And I always know that he's worried about what I'm saying when he says Mr. Pearson instead of Michael. So,
well, I was going to put words in your mouth and say I didn't hear you use the bycatch word, so I was just wondering what happened there.
Always about bycatch with Jim. Anyway, I'm happy to let that lie for a bit and for people to think about it a bit more and come back. But I don't want to prevent any of my other fellow commissioners if they want to make a comment now. I'm happy that they would do so as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So let's see if there's any further comments on the piece, the current approach to looking at the various research projects. And I see Don has his hand up, or maybe you have a suggestion on the way forward. Comment.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pearson, it's late in the afternoon, and I appreciate the grumpy tone, but as you speak, you are teaching me a lot about the role of a commissioner. So I appreciate that, because part of your characterization of what I felt like over here was about 90% accurate. So I do appreciate those comments, and I don't have off the top of my head a way forward. I'm looking for some, leadership from the people that have been here longer, but I do appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Paul, please.
Yeah, I don't know if this is part of a way forward, and don't want to be accused of piling on, but I guess I felt some of the same when I was going through the documents. And what I mean by that is that I was trying to think about how it links back to the 5-year, and then I was encouraged to see the list of programs up there, but then I think, well, how's that fit? And it's a very daunting list, as I think Robin characterized it. So as part of the way forward, on page 2, I think it is, it says integration of the SRB into the research, development, and review has yet to occur, but is expected to begin during the SRB's 2014 meeting cycle, which I think may help address some of this as far as planning could be assistance. Meaning that as the SRB gets more fully developed and mature, that it can come back and provide some direction to the Commission about research and priorities. But that's down the road, and so where does that leave us for now? And just on another question about when I was struggling going through this, it's on the table on page 15, and it lists the programs, and taking off the list of programs and where it has priorities, medium, high, low. If I added up the low ones, it comes up to $75,000 out of a $291,000 budget. And if I went back to what low is up on page something or other, says research which addresses current issues of any subject but is not considered having a timely need or being crucial to current IPHC management or operations. So if I just had that blind table, I would ask, why are we spending $75,000 out of a $291,000 budget on low programs when I look at the list that was shown to me, and I would make some alternative choices.
Thank you for the comment. Bruce?
To talk a little bit about that, Paul, the key component of that is kind of timeliness as opposed to merit, if you will, in the study. Most of the things that we're talking about in low priority here are ones that we may not think of as mission critical for the stock assessment, which is our primary vehicle of delivery to you of information, which is management advice. So when we look at the low priority items, those are things that generally don't relate to mission critical things for us and or are not particularly timely, where there's no particular time horizon that's critical for us to do this. So that's just by way of explanation of what those are. But that doesn't mean that they aren't of longer term interest to the overall understanding of halibut biology or effects of whatever it might be, contaminants on halibut.
Well, I guess, Bruce, when I look at the definition, that doesn't fit to me. And I only provide it as an example, and then when I look at what is the list that was showing here this afternoon, I would say there's some high ones that are not being met. And so then if we're looking at priorities and using priorities to make some determination of how to spend a $300,000 budget, I'd have a different view.
Just one other comment on that, and I thought it was important that we bring the assessment-related research into this discussion as well, because there is not necessarily a direct funding component of that, but many of these projects will feed into, some of these projects will feed directly into the assessment research on either the medium or longer term on this. So that's why some of these things are here as longer term projects.
Thank you. So most of the Stewart and Martell slides actually feed into the stock assessment, which is a sort of for the harvest policy. All right, so I'm not sure we're complete with this, but was that the SRB reports? Looking at our agenda, our bullets here, that's the IPHC research program. You also have in this the reports of the SRB, and they do a specific report, which is the last one in the package from our conference call in December, but they also updated a synopsis of what came out of previous 2 meetings. So that's the last thing. It says summary comment to commissioners for the 2014 annual meeting. Yes, I do. So was someone going to present that, or we just for? Can we do that now? Recognizing we may want to go back to talk a little bit more about how priorities fit into the 5-year plan or don't, but let's check this one off if we can.
So, Mr. Chairman, there were two meetings and one teleconference this year held. The first one was the meeting we held in August, and the topic on that was specifically apportionment, and there is a separate report on this apportionment, but the SRB summarized this simply saying in August 2013 we met with the staff to review the details of the procedures, found they were scientifically justified and similar to approaches used for other fisheries. One of the key clarifications was using the term biomass apportionment for this. You saw in our presentations on the first day, we tried to make a fairly strong distinction between what represented policy and allocation discussions and what represents a process simply of finding an objective method to apportion the exploitable biomass. That's what they're referring to in that. We spent 3 days with the SRB in October going over data issues and data sources, which it turned out to be probably one of the most important meetings for them to go through to get them sort of up to speed on all of the things that are involved with doing the assessments and doing the review of the fishery performance that are fed into the assessments. One of their comments on this was that bycatch issues will continue to represent a relatively serious challenge for it, but the ensemble modeling may help to smooth out some of the impacts of the uncertainty in the short term, as well as looking at other scenarios for bycatch and other sources of uncertainty that can be included in future ensemble model sets. The implications for the harvest strategy will need to be more fully evaluated in management strategy simulations, and the IPHC staff appears to be progressing well in developing these. We did have a teleconference with them on the stock assessment at the end of 2013, and I think I will, if you will permit me, go through this in a little more detail because I think it is germane to some of your discussions. The stock assessment for 2013 was done using the ensemble modeling approach, in which there were 3 assessment models used to compute the harvest advice. The main advantage to this is that it reduces the sensitivity of harvest advice to particular assumptions made in the assessment. And they outline the 3 models that were used in here, which Ian told you about on Monday. The results show that the models provide slightly different interpretations of halibut stock dynamics, yet they are reasonably consistent. The advice provided in 2013 decision tables is derived from an equal weighting of the 3 models making up the ensemble. Future research may include additional models in the ensemble as well as different weightings. Finally, we draw attention to Figure 10 of the stock assessment report, and for reference, that is the probability diagram of where the estimate of exploitable biomass sat as a probability distribution function, which shows the distribution of exploitable biomass, since this can help the commissioners think about the consequences of their decisions in a slightly different manner. That is, about 40 million pounds of halibut could be removed coastwide in 2014. Figure 10 allows one to compute the probability of this removal will exceed the specified harvest rate, and we encourage the IPHC staff to include a calculation such as this in future reports, which Ian has done for you. Now, Mr. Chairman, those are short summaries. You have the fuller discussions which were distributed to you previously of the 2 previous meetings on that. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the fact they made a specific presentation for this annual meeting.
Thank you. Any questions on that? David? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I might have said 7.3 to begin with, Dave. That's my fault.
Mine is annotated 7.4, but it's immediately before 7.5. Michael.
Certainly, at least Robin has been on the SRB. I don't know whether, Robin, you wanted to comment
Yes.
at all on this?
Pretty sure it was sent out to all of us. Yeah. Yeah.
As you wish. Do you want to come to the...
Just a general comment. I think that it was very encouraging to see the SRB work this year and the past year, and that I found their comments to be extremely useful, as I think did Ian and Steve, and I think it's a really big leap forward in the process. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Comment, Dr. Lowe? Okay, thanks. Well, from my point of view, I think we've done a lot of good changes to procedures and protocols here over the last 2 years. That's one of the very good ones. So I'm very pleased that we've got the quality of people we have, and especially pleased that they didn't find out that we're completely backwards on the stock assessment. So,
Mr. Chairman, we did have a great deal of very useful advice that Ian was able to incorporate quite a large component of in the assessment this year.
Very cool. David.
I just wanted to point out, as I have before, and I don't want to disappoint Bruce because I've done this every time. I'm not so sure that the Scientific Review Board gave a ringing endorsement to the apportionment methodology. I note the words on page 4, our answer is a cautious yes, and then on page 5, halfway down, is the current method consistent with apportionment methods used for other fisheries? Yes and no. So we've had our concerns about the apportionment scheme around catchability, around selectivity. We've expressed those many times, as have other people, and I'd just like to reiterate that in some ways it seems like there's a disconnect. This is not describing what we're seeing out on the grounds, and I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to me, you know, the qualities of a hypothesis, a good scientific hypothesis is it's both explanatory and predictive, and it seems to me that this is not explaining the current distributions that we're seeing, and it's if you had applied this back in 2006 when we first started looking at it, it didn't predict what we've got now either. So I can't put my finger on it, but I'm uneasy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce, do you have a comment?
I would like to discuss that a little bit, but I also like to invite Ian to comment on this in the sense that the apportionment is not a hypothesis in the sense that we're not postulating something. It's taking a set of observations and using those observations in an unweighted fashion, but trying to do some adjustments for potential catchability differences, and saying this represents the distribution of the biomass. Your comment about the changes in abundance over time is not a function of the apportionment per se. The apportionment is simply trying to come up with an objective method to divide an exploitable biomass in there. The performance of individual areas is a result of harvest allocations, harvest decisions, and potential changes in the abundance of animals over time for other reasons. But Ian, you want to comment on this at all?
I guess without saying a similar thing, just to point out that I think the most fruitful part of the discussion about apportionment this year was the separation, or at least the conceptual separation of the calculations regarding how the biomass may be distributed and the application of the harvest policy. In the past, we've called those the apportionment tables, and they've included the harvest policy and all of its various baggage and considerations right along with the calculation of apportionment. Apportionment itself, as Bruce mentioned, really is just a method to try to understand how the biomass is currently distributed, and it's pretty consistent with what the Pacific Council uses for many of their species in the North Pacific, just taking the distribution of survey observations. That may not be a perfect proxy for what people actually see when they're on the water, because the survey catches a certain demographic segment of the population, and it may not exactly correspond to what's seen by the fishery. But it is a pretty it is a pretty generally applied tool to do that. I think Robin Forrest should get a lot of credit for presenting, for helping us to better see that delineation between the two processes. And at the moment, it's the only tool we have. As we continue to look at additional spatial models, we may have other tools to try and lend insight into how the biomass is distributed. But the SRB didn't come up with any strong alternatives for trying to describe that distribution of abundance. My sense was that many of their reservations were about then, okay, what are you going to do about that abundance? What are the appropriate harvest rates to apply? And how do things play out from there? And I think that was at least a step forward in our thinking about the process.
And just as a reminder, we did have a major workshop on apportionment where we started and went through about 8 or 9 different methods of doing the apportionment, including one suggested by the Canadian Science Advisor at the time and the Canadian Commissioner. And all of those things were evaluated against the known distributions, the known evidence of distribution. And we ended up with sticking with this particular method.
Further comment? Don.
Yeah, for Dr. Lehman, maybe you could, I'm not that familiar with scientific review boards. Because it's a review process, if it was the ringing endorsement that Mr. Boyce spoke of, that wouldn't be a proper review. Aren't they looking for holes in the process to help figure out, whether your protocols are correct or where to make improvements? I mean, that's the process of the review, isn't it? Is that way?
Commissioner Lane, that in some measures is correct. We're actually looking for some understanding of whether we're doing things right, as well as where improvements might be made on things. But certainly if we're doing something wrong, we would expect that to be flagged in a review process.
So can you remind me what we were expecting in the survey expansion item? Are you going to, is the staff making another presentation? Or are we recalling the presentation made at the first open session?
I think we weren't planning on making a separate presentation. We talked about this. You talked at potentially taking sort of public testimony in it at this time, but that would be sort of part and parcel of our financial discussions as well.
And how about, do the commissioners expect there's a reasonably long discussion on survey expansion?
I have some folks that asked to provide public testimony here at the conference board. I can text them.
Well, I think perhaps we should take our break now, come back at 3:30 and try to finish up the survey expansion. And I know we're not going to then likely get into the F&A until 4 o'clock or something like that, but that'd be my proposal. Mr. Pearson.
I think what we agreed before lunch was that we give an opportunity under this item for the public who wishes to say something, and that could take 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then we'd go immediately, I think I understand, into F&A after that, where the whole question about whether we're ready to approve that expansion is then discussed. Is that correct procedure? Does that sound about right? I think so, because it's basically a financial decision that we need to make on that.
Well, I think that's correct, unless some commissioner believes that there is reason to disagree with the proposed survey expansion. The public may deserve to hear some of that debate, and that's why I was asking if any commissioner thought that such a proposal might be made. But otherwise, I agree with you entirely. We'll hear the public. If we're going to send out messages for them, let's unless you don't want to take a break.
Well, what time have we got?
I could take a 10-minute break. How about 3:20, and we'll come back and have that public comment right
Well,
then.
it's going to take 10 minutes for the guys to get organized to get up here, right? So, I think 3:30. Let's say 3:30.
Okay, 3:30. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. As we noted, I think during the public session and talked about elsewise, we've had our explanation of potential survey expansions given the very first session. This is an opportunity for public comment on that before the commission discusses this in the Finance Committee. So are there public people who would like to talk relative to survey expansion? Mr. Kaufman.
Well, good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Kaufman. I'm from St. Paul Island, and I fish mainly in 4C, but also in 4D. And this handout here that I passed out may not entirely be relevant to this conversation, but I think there's some important slides and information in this with regard to an expanded survey in the Bering Sea. So if you could flip to the second page there, you see that first bar graph. And that top line shows the total biomass, and these are in round numbers, upwards of 400 million pounds in the Bering Sea of total biomass. That next line down then shows the number of fish swimming in the Bering Sea. And then you can also see that strong recruitment class in 2006 as those red bars start to slide down in size as you get upward toward 2013. Those are those small fish that are now growing on the blue bars and moving into the fishery. Those in 2014 will be age 8 fish. So just to put in perspective, I guess, the number of fish in the Bering Sea and also the size of our total biomass. Slipping on to the, turning to the next page there, you'll see a pie chart on the top. And that just says that our area, 4C-D&E, represents 55% of the entire fishable bottom area. Our apportioned percentage of that is 10, so our apportionment is 10.6%, but our fishable bottom area is at 55%. That next table down, again, shows just a humongous biomass, actually the largest biomass that we've seen in the Bering Sea in some 30 years. It's really, really very large. That blue line there shows the exploitable biomass, and this is from the trawl survey. And I guess the point being here is that the set line survey in the Bering Sea, I think, has fewer survey stations than any other area, although it's the largest area by far of any of them. And I understand it's very expensive to survey. I understand that there was a 60 square mile grid that was surveyed in 2006. So we have that one reference point to use to calibrate the calculations or to interpret the trawl surveys into survey weight per unit efforts. And then if we look at the last page, I think this is probably the most applicable to this discussion on expanded survey. And if you look at that top set of bar graphs there and slide on over to 4D, you can see that in the last several years, about 20% of the fish coming out of 4D is coming from outside of the surveyed area in depths deeper than 275 fathoms. Sliding down to the second charts down, area 4D, that tells you what percentage of the catch was taken by month in waters deeper than 275 fathoms. And if you're looking at, for instance, 2011, 10, 11, it looks like maybe 2009, 10, and 11, upwards of maybe 60% of the fish in the month of May have been taken outside of the survey depth ranges of 275 fathoms, and it just slides across. And if you go down to the third set there, you can look at area 4C, and these are the percentage of the commercial catch taken under 20 fathoms where there are also no survey stations, and you can just see that it's in the mid-2000s we were upwards of 60-65% of the fish were were caught or taken in areas that are not currently surveyed. In 4D as well, in the mid-2000s, upwards of 60 to 70% of the fish were coming from under 20 fathoms as well, again, areas that are not necessarily surveyed. So I guess my point here is that we see a real need for an expanded survey, not necessarily the entire grid that was done in 2006, but certainly it would be nice to have the edge surveyed in depths deeper than 275 fathoms, and also to get some surveys shallower than 20 fathoms along the western coast of Alaska from Nunivak Island up toward Norton Sound, possibly even St. Lawrence Island. And I know we have some stations around St. Matthew, but it would certainly be nice to see some survey stations up and down the coast, shallower than 20 fathoms, and to get into some of those waters deeper than 275 fathoms. And we have boats, company boats that fish deeper than 275, and we've had some really spectacular fishing going into May and June the last couple of years, and just some really knockout sets. And then our own local commercial boats, our small boats, are typically fishing under 20 fathoms, and really a large percentage of our catch is coming from there. With that, I would also like to offer the fact that we have a 58-footer. It's a newer Fred Wall boat, very comfortable, can accommodate 8 people, has fixed gear. We have one of our boats is under contract for the upcoming season, but the other boat that we have could be made available if the commission was interested in doing something with us for 2014. In addition, and I cannot speak for the CBSFA board, the CDQ Group Board of Directors, but we do get tax credit dollars being a nonprofit organization that we have to use for research. And so we've done lots of research with regard to crab, and we've done a whole bunch of killer whale research lately. But this is important to us, and we're obviously on the chopping block looking at a blue line level of 640,000 pounds. We had harvested for the last 15 years on average of 3.89 million pounds in Area 4 CD&E. And since 2011, we've taken a 51% hit, and now they're recommending another 67% cut on top of that, for a total of 83% in 3 years if we go to the blue line. And this is, I mean, there's dozens of boats up and down the western coast of Alaska and the Pribilof Islands, and hundreds of fishermen in a lot of communities that are really going to hurt if we go to this level, this blue line level. I mean, it will be devastation. There's some communities that, for instance, St. George, they just do not have an economic base over there, and what little piece of glimmering hope they have is a little bit of halibut that they have left, and if we take that from them, you might as well shut them down, and you might as well do the same to St. Paul and work your way up the coast. So what we're hoping to do is to learn more about the Bering Sea, what's really going on out there, in an effort to just to know more, so that if it's there, we can take part in it and harvest those halibut. So with that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions? Michael?
I'm just trying to clarify, we're not talking about catch limits now, but we're talking about the area expansion. So is your proposal that the staff's proposal to do the expanded survey, which is not in your, well, it's in 4A next year proposed, but not in CDE or anything, are you asking that we should be considering any decision about expansion to move the date up for when it should be done in CDE? Is that BCD? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that would be fair to say. And 4A has obviously faced some heavy cuts too. But we think that the Bering Sea is a critically important halibut area, and you can see the amount of the biomass that's in there. I mean, it's humongous, and I think it's really important for this commission to understand what's going on in there. And for us, we think that if we can expand this survey and move the time frame up and really make 4C, D&E a priority in your expanded survey, we would hope that you could, I guess it's our desire to have you guys move us up in the time frame and tackle our area first, because we see the most need there for information, more so than 4A or any other area.
Other questions? Oh, John. Go,
Jeff, thanks for that testimony. This 4D area, the inside of 25 fathoms, is it safe to say that that's mostly snap-on gear, or is it fixed gear? Do you have a sense of the type of gear that most of those fishermen use?
If you're looking at this third chart down on your page here and you slide over to 4D, that fish there that you're going to see, that shallow water harvest that you see in 4D, there's very little shallow water in 4D. That fish was coming from around St. Matthews Island back in the day when that place was smoking hot. Along the coast from the Pribilofs to Bristol Bay up to through the coastal village region all the way up to Norton Sound, I'm going to say that a vast majority of those boats, upwards of 90% or better, are snap-on boats. And that, what we've learned too, is that that is not included in the fishery weight per unit effort. So around St. Paul and St. George, I think there's 3 boats that are currently running fixed gear, and I used to run fixed gear up until this year. With the lower quotas, I decided to streamline, and so I'm also running snap-on gear now. So when we see that our fishery weight per unit effort has declined, I don't know that it's necessarily indicative of what's really happening on the grounds, particularly around the Pribilofs, because most of us are running snap-on gear. However, the company boats that, or the company boat that I'm somewhat offering up here does have conventional gear, and we've got 8 bunks and a nice big boat, and I guess we're just willing to help out in the spirit of learning more about what's going on in the Bering Sea, and hoping that I guess maybe it'll help our fishery in the long run.
Thanks, Jeff. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me.
Appreciate the comments. Any other?
And Claude, if you'd like to catch up with me later, if you have any interest at all, I'll be around all week.
Oh, I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Bob has a question.
So this has different colored pink, yellow, green. Excuse me, pink, yellow, green. Is that, what's that supposed to, is it highlight?
I think those are just separating one year from another. I think is okay. I just think it's, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Please, from the Elwha tribe.
Thank you. And I'm from the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. We're on the Straits of Juan de Pico, just west of here. We're a small tribe of less than 1,000 members. We fish under the Treaty of Point No Point of 1855. Last year we caught 5,500 pounds of fish. I heard a gentleman the other day, he said he caught 55,000 pounds by himself. To me, that's a tragedy. And I'm thinking that if we did more surveys in the Strait of Juan de Pico and the Puget Sound, my tribe believes there's more fish out there. We don't know exactly what they're doing, where they're coming from, or where they're going, but we think we're at the end of the run, so to speak. And we don't have gaps. We don't have hardly any information. I think it started in 2011 was the first survey done. And I realize that other areas, everybody needs to have surveys done. But I really think that if you delay the survey in 2A, especially the Puget Sound, that is going to create a big gap in numbers. I'm not a numbers person, but we do have fishermen, and they depend on this fishery. And that's about all I have to say. I just hope you really take a good look at it, because we just started surveys.
Thank you, Russ. Any questions? Bob?
Yeah, Russ, I grew up in the South Sound area, and I noticed that the commission staff had a couple stations down by Point Roberts Lighthouse, Vashon area, and we're looking at budget issues, and I just have an intuitive feeling that those are going to be haul and skunk, and whereas our money could be put better elsewhere in the North Sound or in Juan de Fuca or someplace else, if we're talking about 2A only here. And so I just wanted to get your impression if you have heard any success stories of finding a halibut south of Three Tree Point or something like that.
Well, I couldn't testify to it, but I think most of the halibut are in the Central and North Sound and along the Strait of Juan de Pico. We have 13 tribes in the Fish Commission, Northwest Indian Fish Commission, that participate in the halibut fishery. And if there was, and most of them are North and Central Sound tribes. And if there was fish down there, I think they would be part of our group also.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
That's it.
thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Russ. That's helpful. From the Lummi tribe.
Just want to thank the commissioners for their indulgence and really appreciate this opportunity to speak to the 2A expanded survey that has been recommended by staff. And like my relative from the Sklallam tribe had said, that the unknowns in 2A are so dramatic, but then our catches don't decrease. They've increased. The poundage per unit is increased, like staff has said. And so to have the survey, and I really appreciate the commissioner's question about South Sound. And, you know, that's one of the things that we would also ask if staff would indulge some of us First Nations people for a recommendation of their grid sites, because they're, you know, what we've seen in the North Sound is that they were on a pile of rocks. They were looking for cod or rockfish. They were in some pretty good spots. But if they're looking for halibut, they're just a little bit south, a little bit east, you know. So we would really appreciate the opportunity to discuss some sites with them in, you know, South Woodby Island, inside in Port Susan area at Saratoga Pass, are prime halibut. Outside towards Useless Bay and Apple Tree Cove are also really good sites. So I really appreciate what you were saying about the South Sound, because they're just not there. And I think they demonstrated that with the amount of 6-gill that they caught, you know. So it was just some of the things that we would want, and really hope that the commission takes the time. And I know, you know, California is asking the same thing, because they're starting to catch fish. And, you know, and it's like I said time before, I think we were down by the waterfront, that our community isn't afraid to put science behind fisheries, you know, because they're always double-edged swords. It could tell you that you're doing the wrong thing, or it could tell you that you're doing okay and to keep doing it. And so, you know, putting science behind this fishery, you know, that could actually be detrimental. We're not afraid of that. You know, we want the science behind it. We say it all the time in all of our salmon management, our shellfish management. We do our own and finance our own surveys on our clam beaches on our reservation, so that a sustainable yield happens for the future generations. So I just want to encourage all the commissioners to really think about, you know, going with the staff recommendation for 2A. You know, I really appreciated the gentleman that came here and spoke before us. He's got a lot of data, you know, very impressive on what they can show with the catches. And so there's expansion factors, you know. Even if he has to delay on the set surveys, at least there's variances from the catch data to what the surveys say to expand or to sustain. So I just want to share that with all of you guys. I appreciate the time that you indulged us, and, you know, and I don't envy your guys' plate. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate that comment. Anyone else? Thank you very much, then. That'll, Gwei, were you going to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Gwei Kirchner, representing the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and I also wanted to give, from the council perspective, support for the staff recommendation for the survey expansion in Area 2A. I can't add any more to the Puget Sound discussion that you've just heard. So I will speak to the southern expansion into Northern California, and I think that it is important not only for us in 2A to have an idea of where halibut are and where fisheries may occur, but it's also important to understand what that southern boundary of the stock is. We've spoke before on our support of extending that survey down into Northern California, and we still support doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on that? Thank you very much. Any more? If not, then I think we will say the public comment session is over. We will break now and go into our F&A discussions. In that context, we will have to bring some of this up to see what we can afford.